Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and welcome to Islamic Oasis Live. Dear brothers and sisters, this conference, as you are probably wondering, in the last few weeks, we have been making sure that there is something that is up almost on every other day basis, talking about the Gaza situation, especially, the whole region. And now we know that there are a few new developments, the so-called ceasefire and everything around it in the region. And we need to make sure, brothers and sisters, that we constantly are out there talking about this issue, because we cannot let the criminals just go and move around unaccountable. This is something that Muslim Ummah has in many ways kind of become used to. This is not what is happening in Gaza, is, as we all know, not the first time. And if we are not looking for concrete solutions to this problem that we have in the Muslim world called Israel, we will continue to see the massacres that we are seeing. We'll continue to see the kind of the killing and bloodletting and genocide after genocide and massacres continue on. So it's a must on us as whether they are Muslim activists, whether they are scholars, whether they are khutaba, whether they are men or women, whoever they are, people, the Muslim Ummah must continue talking about the situation so that we can make sure that these affairs of the Muslim Ummah come back in the hands of the sincere ones who can actually take care of the affairs of this Ummah the way they are to be taken care of. Inshallah, to begin this conference, we have few things. We will start, inshallah, with Dr. Nazreen. You have seen her here many times. She's come and spoken on many issues regarding the Muslim Ummah and the affairs of the Ummah in general. She will be talking about a very special day that the sisters, the women of Hizb ut-Tahrir, are planning, which is the day, a national day to call upon the armies to move, to take action, to protect and preserve the Muslims, not only of Gaza, but wherever they are oppressed. Then from there on, we will have live Sheikh Akram El Satarri will be on from Gaza, from Khan Yunus, and he'll be talking about the situation there since they went through hell last night in the so-called leading up to what's called the ceasefire. Then after that, we'll have Osman Bakhash directly from Lebanon talking about who protects the state of Israel and the surrounding region. Meaning the colonial system that is set up for the Muslims. And then we will end with Abu Talha talking about the day after, inshallah, Rabbil Alameen. With that, inshallah, I would like to welcome Dr. Nazreen. Dr. Nazreen, welcome to Islamic Oasis Live, sister.
Jazakallah khair, brother. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu to you and to all the viewers.
I mean, Jazakallah khair. I mean, wa yakum. Now, let's start with this, sister. Of course, the day of Women's Day of Action. Why this particular day, though, that you guys are choosing and calling it Women's Day of Action? Is it related to something? And are you trying? What is the message behind this specific event?
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. So, brother, it's important to understand that this is just one day of all the days that sisters across the world, Muslim women across the world, have been vocal regarding the genocide that's happening in Gaza and the terrorization of our Muslims in Palestine. So it's not that this is a particular, day marked in history as such, but rather what we felt as sisters of Hizb ut-Tahrir is that it's important to be able to have a day where we come together across the world, and this event, this international, this global Women's Day of Action in Palestine was basically span over 5 continents. So America, Europe, Australasia, Asia, Africa, and with protests and seminars and activities spanning across several countries across these continents. And we thought that it's important for us to come together and to vocalize a united and a specific message with regards to Palestine. And that specific message is a call to our brothers, our sincere brothers in the Muslim armies, to move urgently, not only to save their brothers and sisters in Gaza, and not only to stop the the continuous terrorization of the Muslims of the West Bank, but to essentially liberate the entire blessed land of Palestine. Because the bloodshed, the relentless decades of bloodshed will not end. The oppression, the usurping of land, the imprisonment of children and women, hundreds every single year, and the essential mountain of crimes that this occupation has executed upon the Muslims of Palestine for decades will not end until you uproot this brutal and savage Zionist entity for good, and inshallah bring the system and the rule of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to this blessed land. This is the only time, we know, the only time where there was peace between the Muslims, the Christians, the Jews, was under Islamic rule within this land and across the Muslim world. We know this under the rule of Islam and the rule of the Khilafah system in the past. And we are calling for this, the entire liberation of Palestine, because this is the Islamic solution to this problem, is the only practical solution to this problem, and it's the permanent solution to this problem.
So, sister, when you say that the armies need to move, who will move these armies? I mean, obviously they're not moving. It's been years and years and years and years, and even to this point that with this kind of genocide openly, I mean, it's not that the armies are blind. It's not that the generals are blind. It's not that the hukam for sure are not blind. Who go ahead. I guess who are we asking to move the army?
Okay, so absolutely, bro. This is a really important question. So first of all, it's important to understand that the Muslim officers, the officers and soldiers in the Muslim armies are from this ummah. They have the iman. They love Allah. They love the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They are our brothers. They are our fathers of this ummah. They are our sons from this ummah, and their heart beats with Palestine in the same way that our hearts beat with Palestine. And really, if you speak to sisters, brothers living within the Muslim lands, you can see that the officers, many of the officers in the Muslim armies are seething with what's going on, knowing that they have the ability to put an end to this living nightmare, and yet they are held back by their leadership and by their regimes and rulers in the Muslim world from rising to what the purpose of their training was. What is the purpose of the training of the Muslim army? Unless it's for protecting the Muslim ummah, unless it's protecting
but here's the thing,
their sisters.
The people, now when you talk about the armies, and look, I'm putting out the questions the way what general masses will ask, and it's on the minds of the people. When we talk about moving armies, the Egyptian army thinks that it's Egyptian. There is not a lot of obviously nationalism and all of that's been ingrained and trained and maintained in these armies. You have, so I mean, why haven't they moved? You look, I understand they feel the way we feel. I hope so. Yeah. If not, I don't know if they have an ounce of Islam left in them. We hope so, but they do have the means, but they are not moving.
So, brother, I would say there are two main obstacles to our armies moving today to save their brothers and sisters in Palestine, in Kashmir, in Syria, and elsewhere. The first major obstacle are the rulers and the regimes of the Muslim world who have basically held them back, who basically used our armies as tools to prop up their thrones or to fight wars on the behalf of Western interests in NATO and other places, Afghanistan, Iraq, and across the world. So to support the interests of Western powers rather than to fulfill the interests of Islam and the Muslims. And these rulers, they are serial betrayers of this ummah. They have, like I say, exploited and used the armies as their own personal soldiers and officers of God rather than to protect the ummah. So these Muslim rulers are the main obstacle to the armies being mobilized to fulfill their true purpose. And the first thing we need to do as Muslims is to call for the removal of these treacherous rulers, these cowardly rulers who basically sit back and watch this genocide as if they're watching a movie, doing nothing to lift a finger other than just talk issue empty statements and, these so-called diplomatic initiatives, but done nothing to actually protect the Muslims of Gaza. I mean, look at the Western powers are supplying wealth and weapons to the Zionist entity, while our rulers, the only thing they feel they can do is just give supplies. That's it. Not even, arm the Palestinian Muslims to protect themselves and protect their families. So this is the first major obstacle to liberation of Palestine, mobilization of Muslim armies, is as an ummah we need to call for the removal of these treacherous rulers and replace them with a true Islamic leadership, which will stand for the Muslims, stand for Islam, mobilize the armies according to what their purpose is to protect and defend the Muslims, and inshallah raise the flag of Islam over this land once again. The second major obstacle, like you mentioned, is the concept of nationalism and these national borders and this toxin of, this nation state politics, which essentially our leaders, the rulers of the Muslim world have weaponized this concept of national borders and nationalism and national interests and nation state politics as an excuse for inaction, as an excuse to basically hold their armies back when the ummah is bleeding, to say this is not our problem, this is a foreign problem, this is not our land. The Muslims here are being killed there, they're foreign citizens, not citizens of our land. They have weaponized this toxin, this disease of nationalism, to essentially allow the Muslims to face genocides alone, to abandon them to the wolves. And so absolutely the other call for the Muslim Ummah has to be a call to remove and to reject this nationalism, to reject these artificial Western imposed national borders between our lands, to call for their uprooting and to unite as an Ummah. These lines in the sand, which the Western colonialists, the Sykes-Picot agreements that divided our Muslim lands, they are artificial barriers. They were imposed for colonial reasons, to disunite us as Muslims and to weaken this ummah and to allow it to be subjugated by Western colonial powers. And it's time for us as Muslims to say, no, enough. Remove these artificial borders, these imaginary lines in the sand, and do what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commands us to do, which is unite as Muslim brothers and sisters. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, we are one ummah. Allah is our Lord. Muslims are nothing but brothers. So this is definitely another call as Muslims we need to make to our ummah and to the armies. Reject these artificial national borders and march to protect your ummah, the children and the women of Gaza who are calling out for you, crying out for your protection.
Sister, here's the thing. So there's a summit after summit taking place. You saw the Mecca summit that was held by the Saudi regime. There is, of course, there was another summit that was done second week within this when the Gaza situation started. The Turkish foreign minister, as you know, there was an interview of him on Al Jazeera. And he kept saying that, look, we are trying for a diplomatic solution. And then he kept talking about how the aid has to get in and this and that. And the journalist, she kept trying to press him to say that, look, you have done 2 summits already within 6 weeks. You are meeting in this place, you're meeting in that place. There is not even aid going in. There is nothing happening. The people are continuously getting killed. The children are getting killed. And he kept repeating the same thing, that there has to be diplomatic avenue to this. I mean, look, I guess I'm also looking at this from the average Muslims in these lands are watching these ministers say these statements. And they're also watching the Muslims being slaughtered the way they are in Gaza. And it's beyond belief what's happening. There's no one that can not shed tears of blood. When they hear these statements, sister, I mean, why do we not see masses in the Muslim world move? And there'll be 2 questions to this. One, we are actually not seeing masses move in this way, meaning to actually overthrow the regimes, number 1, or to have this much anger to actually make the move. And number 2, is there enough work within the masses that the masses feel confidence that they can actually move with anyone?
I think, brother, I think there's a lot of anger on the streets in the
Anger is
Muslim
there.
lands, a
Anger
huge
is there.
amount,
But you look
huge
at
amount
how
of
the anger
anger.
is being directed.
Yeah, but not just general anger towards what's going on. I think there's huge anger towards their regimes, from Turkey to Egypt to Jordan and elsewhere. And I think this is why many of these regimes who are, talking about normalization or this very openly, obviously, still we know that their public relationship with the Zionist entity is there, but having to issue statements in order to try and like calm down even the people in their armies. I mean, look at Sisi in Egypt. President Sisi, he had to issue, like statements to basically call the Muslim armies, don't use your emotion, don't be driven by your emotion. Very clear statements like this. Erdogan, the fact that he, gathered a rally in,
Yeah, million
Istanbul
people.
to basically on support of the Palestinians, it's not because of his love or it's not because of the fact that he wants to break all diplomatic relationships with the Zionist entity. It's because he was forced to do something because of the anger on the streets towards what's going on here. He promoted himself as some kind of savior for the Muslims, some kind of second, leader, the Khalifa for the Muslims, and yet he stands over the second largest. Turkey has the second largest standing army in NATO. Doing what? Twiddling their fingers while the Ummah is bleeding. The Ummah is raging, not just angry towards what's going on, but towards their regimes and asking, why are our armies not doing anything? There was a video I watched of just a normal Muslim brother in Turkey, calling out to Erdogan. We came on the streets when the coup happened. Now, if the armies, like if you don't want to send the armies, open the thing and we will go. So that there is rage there. But the issue here is, as Muslims, we need to continue to carry the dawah to the people we know in the Muslim armies, inshallah. Carry the dawah for them to break their fear or any obstacles which are preventing them from moving, and to make them realize, you asked before, what's the obstacles towards the army moving? Sometimes there's an allegiance, allegiance to their ruler or to their leadership. We need to remind them that allegiance as Muslims is to Allah and His Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. As Muslims, maybe they fear, their chain of command. As Muslims, our chain of command goes straight to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We need to remind them of this. Maybe they're fearful of breaking ranks, breaking their obedience to their leader. But our leader as Muslims is our Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And what does he say, about the fact that a Muslim is a brother to another Muslim? He does not abandon him. He does not oppress him, or he doesn't abandon him to an oppressor. The Muslim Ummah is one Ummah. When one part of the body hurts, the rest of it shakes in fever. So we need to remind our brothers in the armies to remind them of the fact that their iman demands of them to move now and to protect their brothers and sisters, and remind them of the great honor that awaits them in this world and the hereafter of being the ones who liberated Al-Aqsa, the Masra, the land of Masra of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Remind them of this. This is the really crucial dawah at this point that we as Muslims must do, inshallah. Remind the wives and the mothers and the daughters of those in the armies to urge their men to move and fulfill their obligation to become defenders and protectors of this ummah. And just coming back to what you said about diplomacy, brother, like the diplomacy and these summits and these conferences by these rulers, what is the purpose of all of this? We've had 75 years since the birth of this barbaric Zionist entity. How many conferences and summits and meetings and United Nations gatherings have happened? And yet, has the situation improved for the Palestinians, or has it got worse? We know it's got worse. Absolutely nothing. Why? Because all of these meetings and summits and conferences are for one purpose: to delay and to place obstacles in achieving the true solution to this land, which is full liberation by the Muslim armies. So these are like a cover.
I'm going to give you another statement from another foreign minister of Jordan. Of course, these are countries surrounding Palestine, and obviously most likely the public, they are pressing them to do something. So I'm giving you, for instance, now I don't know if the Jordanian minister or the government of Jordan obviously is hearing the calls that the armies need to move. But he came out and he was saying regarding anyone, as far as Muslim army or even Arab armies inside Gaza or Palestine, will not happen. Now, some people are saying that he was saying that this is in connection with, UN troops, blue helmets, things like this. We will not have Arab soldiers inside and things like this. I mean, they are adamant about it, sister, which means they feel nothing. They don't. I understand that you're saying Sisi is obviously shaken up. I see his statements. He's now speaking behind bulletproof glass. This has been something he's been doing actually even since the coup, because there is always that fear. And even yesterday we were talking to, trying to figure out how Islamic Oasis team will enter Gaza. They were telling us that Egypt right now is on highest alert it has ever been in. So it is, and Egypt is on very high alert, and I'm sure many of these countries surrounding Palestine are on very high alert because from their own public. There is no other danger to them other than their own public saying enough is enough. But what is that? Why do you think these statements are coming out constantly that we will not put Arab soldiers inside Gaza?
I mean, these rulers and whatever they say, who are these rulers?
But this was yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, these rulers, if we look at it, brothers, these are their predecessors, and they themselves were implanted by the Western colonial powers following the destruction of the Khilafah to basically fulfill Western interests in the Muslim lands. And one of those interests is to protect the Zionist entity. These rulers played a crucial role in the establishment, in the continued existence, in the support and the protection of the Zionist entity through their peace deals, their normalization deals, through their trade deals. I mean, Erdogan, he issues these fiery speeches against the Zionist entity. At the same time, 40% of the oil that goes into the Zionist entity goes through Turkey, so Turkey. Yeah, and I think there's about $9.5 billion of trade. The trade volume of Turkey with the Zionist entity is about 9.5
and nothing has
billion.
Stopped, even with this whole situation. The businesses as usual.
And you mentioned the summit in Riyadh, and number of Muslim states, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Morocco, Jordan, Bahrain, UAE. When it was discussed whether they should they put a diplomatic and economic embargo block on the Zionist entity? Even that they couldn't vote for.
But see, that's, what is it? Look, sister, I mean, what is I mean, is it that much control of United States? Who that governments? I mean, at least I thought that Turkey, with whatever we understand what Turkey is, but what do they fear, sister? They fear the Americans will come in with their arm. I mean, even the Americans would be worried to come in front of an army such as this if the Muslims unite.
Muslim rulers, the thing that they all fear is just losing their thrones of power. That is their greatest fear, that if there's a rise of Islam, the rise of their people, liberation of Al-Aqsa, liberation of Palestine, establishment of Islamic leadership, this is their greatest fear, the losing of their thrones. And so they will do everything in their power to maintain their thrones, including continuing to serve the very masters that put them in place and support them in place and give them finances and military support and so on, which is the Western powers, Washington, London, Paris, and so on. So this is the objective of the Muslim rulers. And this is why, as an ummah, we need to realize that there will never, ever be liberation of our Muslim lands, never, ever be liberation of Al-Aqsa, where there has a continuation of these serial betrayers, these rulers in power. Will never be the case. And so the only way to create change in the Muslim lands, to liberate occupied Muslim lands, whether in Kashmir, whether in Palestine or elsewhere, remove dictatorships, is through the establishment of a sincere Islamic leadership and system. And part of our day, the day of action that you mentioned, is to call for the urgent re-establishment of the Khilafah based upon the method of the Prophethood, which we know had a legacy of liberating Muslim lands, whether it was under Salahuddin Ayyubi when the Crusaders, Christian Crusaders, occupied that land, whether it was saving Muslim women and children who were captured by their enemies. For example, in India, Muhammad ibn Qasim, how was India Sind? How did Islam come to the area of Sind? Because the Khalifa sent one of the best generals, Muhammad ibn Qasim, to go rescue some women and children who had been captured by the oppressive Hindu king at that time. And the history of Islam is full of examples of how the Islamic system, the Khilafah, protected Muslims, defended Muslims, liberated Muslim lands, brought Islam, to nations, and even in terms of rescuing Muslims. Like, for example, Uthmani Khilafah, we know that under the Uthmani Khilafah, when Muslims were being persecuted in Al-Andalus in Spain, it sent 36 ships in order to rescue tens of thousands of Muslims from Al-Andalus and settle them in the Khilafah state. No concept of nationalism. These people are not from us. They're foreign people. They're immigrants. No concept of this. Why? Because Islam rejects the concept of nationalism. The Khilafah the Islamic system molded nations under one system, one state, so that people were bonded based upon the Aqidah of Islam. So two things, brother. One is our call for the Muslim armies to rise to fulfill their obligation of protecting and liberating protecting Muslims, saving Muslims, but also liberating occupied land, Muslim land, but also a call. We know that the armies will not be mobilized properly without the true Islamic leadership of the Islamic Khilafah state.
Why Women's Day, sister? Why not the whole Muslim? I guess I'm asking, is this to shame them? That the women, the mothers of the Ummah, the daughters of the Ummah, the grandmothers of the Ummah are asking men to get their act together?
It's a very good question. It's a very good question. It's because, as sisters, as women, Islam says that men, in the Quran, that men are the qawama of women, isn't it? They are the protectors. They are the guardians of women and children. They are supposed to step in when their women and children are being oppressed or being killed. So this call is to the armies, our sincere brothers in the Muslim armies. Where are you when your women and your children, because they are your mothers, they are your sisters, they are your daughters? Yeah, because Islam says we are one ummah. So where are you when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks you to protect? Protect your sisters. Where are you? And your children. So this is and we know in Gaza as well, majority of those killed have been women and children. Over 70% of those killed have been women and children. You have extraordinary examples of sisters giving birth, having cesareans without anesthesia, in torchlight. Horrendous stories of children, being orphaned and their limbs having to be amputated without anesthesia again by surgeons because of the brutal siege. So we wanted to, this day is actually the culmination of a campaign, an international campaign that we've had to really highlight the suffering of the women and children of Gaza, because what it shows you is the scale of brutality of the Zionist entity, because nothing is off the limits for this entity. Nothing. Not babies, not pregnant women, no, not children. And it shows how they are willing to target the most vulnerable of society in order to fulfill their agenda of annihilating the Muslims of Palestine from this blessed land. So you ask why? Because we wanted to highlight the suffering of the women and children and what they're going through, but also a specific call from the sisters of our brothers in the Muslim armies that where are you when Allah calls you to protect your women and protect your children? So this is one of the things that we hope to achieve, inshallah, through this important event.
Sister, as you know, there supposedly have been meetings even between Modi and also Netanyahu many times over, throughout the last whatever years Modi has been power in India. And there is also talk to how the Indian government is looking at what's happening in Israel or in what's happening in Gaza. And the actions, the propaganda, the whole media work, the tactics, the strategic nature of how they had to pacify or already pacified hukam and the ulama. From your assessment, do you think the Muslims of India may be next if this kind of brutality is accepted and normalized in the world, and I mean in at least what's happening in Palestine. And if this is not stopped here, there are other Muslims who are living as minorities in other countries. They will be now targeted, that they know that there is no protection coming from anywhere.
I wouldn't say that the Muslims of India are next, brother. I would say that this is going side by side with what's happening with the Muslims in India. Muslims in India are facing brutalization and terrorization as they have, for many years. And the reality is the same toxic kind of concept of, this supremacy. So in India, you have this Hindu supremacy, this nationalistic BJP Hindu nationalism, which basically treats other people as non-human beings, as less human, as not having the same rights. And it's the same concept of Zionism. Zionism also is based upon this kind of ethno-nationalism supremacy ideology that does not, believes that they are a superior race and everyone else has no value. I mean, it's not just even Jews. Like you know the story of Black Ethiopian Jews, women who were sterilized in secret by the Zionist entity's leadership, because they didn't even want subhanallah black Jews in that land.
Yeah.
So this, when people talk about having two-state solution and one-state solution, you can, having a Zionist entity there that believes in the superiority of its race and the annihilation of everyone else that doesn't fit into that, how do you expect any kind of system or state to function within that where there is justice for people? Justice, for Christians, for Muslims, for anyone else who does not fit into their warped and their narrow view of what is, what fits into kind of Zionist view of what is acceptable. It will never work. And this is why we say that two-state solution, one-state solution, all of that we should throw through the window. Even the United Nations, the former director of the United Nations Human Rights Commission, he quit at the beginning of this genocide. And he said, talk of a two-state solution is an open joke in the United Nations. An open joke. No one believes it. No one believes it. And, of course. So this is the thing. As Muslims, we need to see through these kind of colonial. But what do you have to? I
mean, there's a lot of organizations, at least here, also in the West. AMP and American Muslims of Palestine, this, that, and the other, that call for the so-called Palestinian state and things like this. So, what does that even mean? Meaning, as far as I understand, it's a joke. But many times when you ask them serious questions about what this entity will actually represent, what does it actually mean, they have no understanding and they have no vision for it. They just think it's something, just a patch of land, at least the Palestinians will not be bombarded and killed. This is all there. But is that even real?
I think it's really important, brother, for us Muslims who still believe in, the solution to this is Palestinians having their own state side by side, a Zionist entity. We need to raise the discussion of what is this solution that's proposed? Where does it come from? Does it, this solution has not come from the air. This is a solution proposed by the very colonialists, the Western colonialists that established the Zionist entity in the first place, Britain, US, and so on. It doesn't come from the air. So whatever solution that comes from their mouth, as Muslims, we need to have a high level of skepticism towards it, because we know that that is only a so-called solution to fulfill their agenda in the Muslim lands. And that's the first point. The second point is, like you mentioned, what kind of state, Palestinian state, will this be? So we know at the moment the West Bank, Gaza, essentially 20% of the land of Palestine that was theirs before, whereas the Zionist entity controls about 80%. So what are we signing up to here? When we sign up to a two-state solution, or, Palestinians having their own kind of state side by side, we're essentially saying that it's okay for a brutal occupier to come to a land, to gain land through slaughter and through imprisonment and through terror, and then to keep its spoils of war, and then push the Palestinians into basically a shed, an area, a small area of the house, and to say, okay, this is our land, therefore. So what we're signing up to when we say a two-state solution is basically legitimizing the crimes that the Zionist entity executed in order to take its land. The occupations, criminality. That's what we're signing up to. And then what kind of state would the so-called Palestinian state be? It wouldn't be able to control its borders. It wouldn't be able to be militarized. It wouldn't control its economy. It would basically be a sitting, like a lamb waiting for slaughter, not being able to defend itself when the Zionist entity will, invade that land again. And also you have 500,000 settlements, isn't it? 500,000 settlements in even the West Bank. What kind of, even on practical terms, how will that work? To have a Palestinian...
that's very, understood. Even seems like for Israel itself is not something that Israel can do. I mean, you're talking about so-called Israel again. And this is you have, I think, over 700 or 800,000 settlers that are in the area where they are expecting that this will be supposedly the Palestinian state. So it's not a possibility even for the state of Israel to actually move them there. But sister, I mean, for the people who are thinking this so-called Palestinian state issue, do you think this issue of Gaza, what is happening in Gaza itself, and I'm sure I'm going to ask this question to almost everyone that's on here today, that Gaza, was it an experiment to give to the Palestinians a supposed independent area where they can be on their own and give them a government that is okayed by both the Jews and also the Americans and in general? And we are seeing what we are seeing in Gaza. So, I mean, is it not a lesson already that whether there will be no such thing? For the Muslims to actually see the realities of what this independent actually means.
Very good point, brother. Very good point. I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? And people sometimes, some of the supporters of Zionists claim that, okay, we gave the Muslims their own land in Gaza, right, and they didn't do anything with it, right? But the point is that they are the ones who control the borders. They define whether basic elements came into there or not: food, medicines, construction material. And essentially they put a siege on it. So this is a really practical example of how this so-called, Palestinian state would function when you have it living side by side a savage, barbaric entity. I mean, we know that this is an entity that does not believe in any international law, does not believe in any agreement, right? Does not agree with any kind of moral or human rights principle. Bombing hospitals, bombing schools, killing children, depriving people, collective punishment of people. It does not believe in any so-called rule-based order. And so this idea that it will keep to even its agreements when you have it living side by side, a so-called Palestinian state, is for the birds. Really, it's for the birds. It's something which is absurd and nonsensical. We know from the statements of Netanyahu and other officials of the Zionist entity that their plan is very clear, which is to annihilate the Muslims of Palestine. So do you expect an entity that has that as its basis and philosophy to live, to think that it will respect any kind of agreement that it has with a neighboring power, where it wants to annihilate them and remove them from that land? And so also, I think this is really important for us.
Even from the north, you have Egypt there. Let's say if there is a state like this and whatever, and if you have north, they have Egypt, sister. And what has Egypt done being a neighbor?
Absolutely.
Meaning
Absolutely.
from
It's
Egyptian, talking about, of course, Egyptian, the government there. But what for instance, I'll give you an example. Yesterday, we were talking to our brothers inside Gaza to figure out how, all the things that we're working in Gaza right now. What's funny is that, not funny, this is something what you are actually talking about when you're talking about moving the armies and moving. They said, look, there's such an amazing relationship between the Palestinian Red Crescent and the Egyptian Red Crescent, because they work hand in hand, they're working together, they're figuring out ways how to help each other, because they're Muslims and they're seeing what's happening in the land. I mean, these are Muslims at the end of the day. And So, and they were trying to see if they can, use these entities to try to get aid in and all that. So, but the governments, because of these regimes, even those on the land who feel for each other cannot help each other because there's the intelligence there. So I guess what I'm asking at the end is that even if there is a Palestinian state, this will be a state to basically imprison anyone that is calling for the real answer. Basically, that they would just send them to this area and say, go live there. And maybe a prison. Is this what it is? It will be a larger Gaza.
It will be a non-viable entity that cannot support itself, that will not have its own resources, that will have to depend upon the Zionist entity for support,
to breathe,
cannot protect itself, will not be able to control its own airspace. What kind of entity is this? What kind of state is this? Another point is, brother, is that we have established nation states across the Muslim lands, have we not? Across the Muslim lands, have we not had nation states? And yet, what kind of success stories have these nation states been for the people who are living in there? Massive poverty and massive unemployment and massive injustice and dictatorships and the suffering that people are going through on a day-to-day basis, regardless whether it's in Pakistan or whether it's in Bangladesh or whether it's in Egypt or across Turkey itself, an economic crisis. This nation state concept has not brought prosperity to this ummah. We know this. Since the destruction of the Khilafah, the division of our lands into nation states has brought nothing but darkness and suffering and poverty and misery and subjugation, exploitation by colonialists. This is the history of nation state concept. It hasn't solved the problems of the ummah. So as Muslims, we need to look for a different vision, a different political vision that's based upon our deen, based upon Quran and Sunnah, that can actually achieve prosperity and success and security for our ummah, and has a tried and tested way. I mean, the Islamic system that I talked about, the Khilafah system based upon the method of prophethood, is not something from the air. It's not something hypothetical. It existed for 14 centuries. And underneath that system, it produced prosperity and security, not just for Muslims, but for non-Muslims as well. And so we need to look beyond the nation state concept. We need to look to our deen as Muslims, and we see that the Quran Sunnah defines a very clear system for us to be able to bring the justice of Islam to our lands, but also to the world, which is the system of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Khilafah based upon the method of the prophethood.
All right, sister, I know that you have to go. You have another program because I know you guys are trying to put together this day. Just last, a few thoughts regarding again the national or the Women's Day for Action, what it is, and if there are people who are in England or people who are in the US, what can they do?
Sure, absolutely. So I would really urge people to follow our Facebook page, the women's section of the Central Media Office of Hizb ut-Tahrir. That's the English one. The Arabic one is Qanitat. And in that, you can follow the campaign that we're doing, and there will be flyers about the location of the protests in different countries, like I mentioned, from America to Turkey. There's seminars to Indonesia, to Malaysia, and across Europe, different places in Africa, Tunisia, Kenya, subhanAllah. Really, there's a lot of different activities going on. Please follow our page, Women's Section in the Central Media Office of Hizb ut-Tahrir. You can also go to the website of Hizb ut-Tahrir, the media site, in order to get further information as well. And please, sisters, inshallah, watching this, join our events, contact us, inshallah, and be part of this global movement, inshallah, to really bring a real change to the Muslim world, not just to liberate Palestine, but to bring a real change to the Muslim lands, to returning the only system that can bring justice to humanity, which is the system of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
With that, inshallah, Jazakallah khair, sister. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give you guys success. And I know that this, the call for moving of the armies is making a lot of noise. I've heard that even in UK, with the amount of rallies and protests going on, this specific call for moving of the armies actually took most of the media attention. So even though our protest maybe, I think it was only about 1,500 people showed up, but that was given the most attention. So it seems that the governments, if whether Eastern or Western, are taking notice that people are moving with, inshallah, not just a slogan, but it will turn into action, inshallah, Rabbul Alameen. Jazakallah khair, sister. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect, preserve you guys and continue to use you guys, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala.
Jazakallah khair. Jazakallah khair. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
And for the rest, brothers and sisters, inshallah, we will be back. Very important discussion right after this, which is the discussion with our brother Akram Satarri directly from Gaza. Please continue to follow us, inshallah, and the stream. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum. الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Dear brothers and sisters, welcome back to the conference, especially the emergency conference regarding Gaza. This is the second one that we have put together in the last week due to the importance of what is taking place in the region, in Masjid al-Aqsa, around Masjid al-Aqsa, and especially Gaza. Brothers and sisters, before we get our guest on directly live from Gaza, from Khan Yunis, where now the operations are, the whole night there was constant bombardment in ways you cannot imagine. It seems that the occupation was trying every way possible to terrorize, kill as many people as possible before they reach the ceasefire hour. Let me give you the new numbers of the shuhada and those who are injured. We have over almost 15,000 people killed, 66,000 people, over 6,000 are children, over 4,000 are women, 7,000 are missing under the rubble. So that means 14,000 plus 7, that's already 1,000 people, which means I've been killed. I believe the numbers are humongous, but these are what numbers that we are being given as far as coming out from the hospitals in the region. You have over 55 ambulances destroyed, 234,000 homes destroyed, 60% housing units are damaged, 65 journalists have been killed, 36,000 are injured, 78% of that 36,000 number are women and children, 207 killed. That's the medical staff. Now you're talking about doctors and nurses, the medics that are being killed. 26 hospitals stopped service. I think the total hospitals in Gaza are about 35. 266 education facilities, meaning schools, have been destroyed. 1.5 million people, Muslims, so far displaced in Gaza. And to talk about this issue, we are going to have our brother Akram Satarri. Just a little background, brother Satarri is a very, very well-known personality within Gaza. He's worked with almost all entities as far as United Nations is concerned. He's a translator. He translates for many of the major institutions in Gaza that are related to United Nations. He's been there forever. He works with relief organizations. He works with the medical staff. He works with hospitals, schools. He's doing a lot of work constantly on a minute-by-minute basis because we are also in contact with him. He's also in many ways a journalist. He speaks to many, many foreign journalists and TV stations across the country and across the world. So this is someone that knows what's going on and is in the know-how. So please make sure that you have your questions. You're hearing it, as they say, directly from the horse's mouth. You're not going to get more clear answers than him, who is on the ground, who is in touch with everything that's happening around him. Only Allah knows how many times he has escaped death in the last 6 to 8 weeks. Now, our honorable brother, Sheikh Akram, welcome to Islamic Oasis Live.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Barakallahu feek for your kind words, and may Allah Azza wa Jal help me provide you with as precise and comprehensive image of the situation as possible, bi'idhnillah.
Bi'idhnillah ta'ala. Sheikh, first of all, so now, obviously, it has been, there are a lot of developments since we last spoke. That's only been about a week, at least live. We are in contact almost every other day, if not every day, sometimes hourly basis. Sheikh Akram, first of all, so now has the ceasefire began, or are they waiting? What's happening on the ground? What are the developments in the last week, in the last 24 hours? Let's put it this way.
As a matter of fact, the ceasefire has already been announced, but has not taken as yet. It is supposed to start around 7 tomorrow morning. There is a lot of bloodshed that is expected. Just 2 minutes from now, some coming from Jabalia, and where a school that was targeted, and several people were either killed or injured. Still, the news is coming about the number of people who are injured. We saw some footage that is quite shocking. People who are suffering from amputation, people who are killed, and people moved on blankets and mattresses to the hospital to get some treatment. While, as you
Sheikh,
know,
hold on.
the health
You're
system
breaking.
has been struggling and has been.
Okay, you're breaking. I don't
Okay.
know if that's from our side or your side. Let me try to get that fixed, Sheikh, because we can't hear you. Sheikh, is that from our side? No. Okay. I just want to make sure, Sheikh, because you're breaking. We can't.
How is it now?
Yes. Yeah. No. Go ahead. Please continue. If you could repeat what
Okay,
you were saying, Sheikh, please, because
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim.
there was a lot of breakage and we couldn't hear you
Okay,
properly.
no problem. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No breaking?
Yes.
Okay, Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. As a matter of fact, this fair has been announced by the Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but it is still will to take effect in this tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. And before this time comes, there is a heavy and bombardment taking place now in Gaza. It has been for the last 28 hours. Last I talked about the heavy
Sheikh,
bombardment.
Sheikh, Wallah, you're breaking. You're breaking. I don't know if you can come. You're breaking a lot, Sheikh. We need to hear you properly. We need to hear every word you're saying. So I don't know if we can.
No problem. Now?
Yeah, get closest.
How is it now?
Yeah, I mean, believe me, Sheikh, I'm
Bismillah.
not worried. Yes, go ahead. If you can get as close, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm asking you this. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfectly. Because the idea is to make sure that everyone hears what you're saying. This is a these are rare interviews, Sheikh. Go ahead.
No problem. I wanted you to see Gaza, Khan Yunis in the background, because this particular area behind me witnessed very heavy bombardments that took the lives of dozens of people. So I wanted you to see part of Gaza engulfed in the darkness and awaiting for any sudden bombardment that is likely also to take place this night. As I told you, can you hear me now? Is it clear?
Yes, perfect. This is perfect. May Allah protect you, Sheikh. First of all, may Allah protect you and your family and all the Muslims there.
Allahumma ameen.
Ameen.
Allahumma ameen. You are also our family. May Allah Azza wa Jalla bless and protect you, and may Allah guide you to the best of acts and words, inshallah Rabbil Alameen. The point is, for the last 48 hours, around 450, 470 different targets were hit in the Gaza Strip. According to the occupation sources, they said they have targeted 300 targets that are Hamas targets, but the fact that we have been seeing on the ground is that around 200 Palestinians, Gazans, were killed, and hundreds more were injured because of that heavy bombardment that was taking place in East Khan Yunis, in West Khan Yunis, in what appeared to be an attempt by the Israeli occupation forces to infiltrate into the Khan Yunis East area. And that whole thing was accompanied by the different bombardments that I told you about and sent you some of the voice notes showing or making you hear the very heavy bombardment. Whole Khan Yunis area was shaking last night because of the heavy bombardment. Some heavy bombardment also took place in Jabalia. Some other heavy bombardments took place in Beit Hanun and Beit Lahia in the very north of the Gaza Strip. Other bombardments took place in Az-Zaytun neighborhood, also taking the lives of around 20 people altogether in one bombardment, and other people were falling because of other bombardments taking place in As-Sabra, also in Al-Sheikh Rudwan. And tonight, there are also some other bombardments taking place. Around 15 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago, we received some news about a new bombardment targeting a school in Jabalia and claiming the lives of around tens of people and leaving others injured with some serious amputations. The footage was shocking. The doctors at the hospital were appealing for the humanity to do something to stop that ongoing massacre. And one of the doctors was telling everyone who's watching that people of Gaza will never forgive them for leaving them alone, facing that ongoing bombardment as he described it, and facing that carnage that has been taking the lives of the people of Gaza. So overall, the situation is extremely tense and catastrophic. people continue to fall dead or injured, houses are still being destroyed, infrastructures are still being targeted, and the occupation doesn't seem to be willing to stop that. They will continue, and I can tell you, even before this night comes to an end, that we might be losing the lives of hundreds of Gazans before we come to the exact time of the ceasefire. So continuous bombardment, continuous targeting, continuous devastation, and continuous killing before the ceasefire takes effect.
The ceasefire they're asking for, this will be now. Is Israel in? Hold on, Sheikh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, because I think there's a delay. I just want to. Okay, Sheikh, it's all right. So let's.
There was a delay, but now it's okay.
Okay. Now the ceasefire will begin in the morning there, which is 7 a.m. Friday. Sheikh,
yes. Yes.
The ceasefire is so. Now, what are you expecting? It's supposed to be 4 days. What are the objectives of the ceasefire?
Well, the objective of the ceasefire, as stated by both the Palestinian resistance and the occupation, is to conduct an exchange deal. According to that exchange deal, the Palestinian resistance would be releasing 50 of the people captured in Gaza, and the Israeli occupation would be releasing 300 Palestinians who are all minor children and women who were held captive or were arrested by the Israeli occupation. Also, that would facilitate the entry within the agreement on that ceasefire. 200 truckloads would be allowed into Gaza. 4 truckloads of fuel would be allowed into Gaza. 2 truckloads of gas, cooking gas, would be allowed into Gaza, and also the movement between the south and the north is also facilitated for the sake of making sure that the very critical and life-saving food and medical supplies already delivered from the Rafah border all the way to Gaza North. And maybe it is about time to thank you, Sheikh, and to thank Islamic Oasis for the things that you have been doing and working on for this, because Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, a very good shipment of consumers and medical supplies is being prepared in the meantime to make sure that they go to the people in the north and to south alike and help saving the lives. The calls and the appeals that you are making, also relentless effort that you have put, alhamdulillah, yields the fruit, and inshallah Rabbil Alameen, and people would see some documentation of the medical pharmaceuticals to medical supplies and patients being prepared to help and save the lives of the people in this very critical time, and they were procured locally from inside Gaza for the sake of helping people in Gaza. The store that they were procured from was very difficult to access. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, people who were working on this managed to get the store, managed to get the medications in some safe place. They are being sorted now, and inshallah tomorrow morning, with the blessings of the Jum'ah, they will be prepared and they will be sorted out, and inshallah they will be delivered to those who need them and to those who are struggling now to survive.
Jazakallah khair, Sheikh. First of all, this is the least that we can do. Wallahi, brother, our hearts are with you. We wish we could be there with you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bring an army that will and a people and this Muslim nation together that will free not only Gaza but all of Palestine bi'iznillahi ta'ala. Wallahi, this is our dua day and night. Sheikh, let's now, so after 4 days the fighting will continue. Is this or are you expecting that this ceasefire may actually continue? So let's from the political and from the strategic perspective, Sheikh, what did Israel achieve from this?
Okay, now the questions themselves, they're asking their government sometimes in a very sarcastic way and sometimes in the critical way. They were asking their government, what has that government achieved by this? What has this government achieved by this ongoing fire and bombardment in the Gaza Strip? Number one, when they started this whole thing, they promised their constituents, they promised the Israeli community, occupation community, that they will be number freeing all the captive people. They called the civilians, the women and the children and the soldiers and everyone. Number two, they would be destroying Hamas governors in Gaza. And number three, they would be positioning themselves in all different areas of the Gaza Strip to prevent any future harm for the Israelis, which was the way to say that they would be preventing any potential October 7th reoccurrence of the October 7th series of actions that took place and shook the intelligence community in Israel, shook the army of Israel, and also shook the political level of Israel. They have not achieved any of those objectives, and they have been now trying to justify that deal by saying that Israel is trying to keep its international communications and ties with the countries that support Israel, and for that sake they have been adhering and complying to the requests that were made by their allies to facilitate that swap deal. So technically and strategically they have not achieved anything, and then they have not done anything of what they promised to do, and now they are doing this exchange deal. Now, as to this question of the 4 days, then resuming the fire, or 4 days, then end of the war, or 4 days or another arrangement. The scenario that we are facing is the fact that the Israeli occupation government itself endorsed a 10 days ceasefire. And they said they would start in those 4 days, and then the resistance would be releasing those captive or prisoners of war, or whatever you call them. And there is a strong likelihood that this ceasefire would continue for 10 days instead of 4 days. They have already decided that. They have already endorsed that in the cabinet of war. They have already endorsed that in the broad government. And they understand they are going for 10 days ceasefire, not 4 days ceasefire. And within those 10 days, there is even negotiations that preceded the ceasefire for the sake of reaching a common ground. Common ground means they have not been able to achieve any of their strategic objectives, and it's about time now they find a broker or a mediator that can negotiate a solution. Now the negotiation is at a peak underway. The Qataris, Egyptians, Americans, the Israelis, and all the other actors are engaging in those negotiations, and they have been trying to achieve something out of them. Now we would have to wait till we see what kind of arrangements can result from that. But my estimation is that this war will come to an end even after the 10 days, because to them they have lost 385 tanks, bulldozers, armed vehicles in the 26 days of ground operations and fighting and all of those things. The number is quite high, and they have been very impressed in facing their community, facing their audience, telling them what has been happening in the occupied Palestinian territories. Now 400 Israeli soldiers have been suffering from severe disabilities because of the direct targeting. Around 1,600 others are suffering from disabilities. So have 2,000 soldiers who are already disabled. Every single vehicle or armored vehicle or a tank that is targeted, that means it is out of service. And now when you are targeting this very large number, that is indicative of the way the Palestinian resistance is fighting and the way the Israeli occupation forces are managing and administrating the fire. So they were targeting the civilian population, while in the battlefield they were facing the resistance, and many of their soldiers were killed. So at the strategic level, if I were them, I would be thinking of a way out very soon so that they can save their face after all the things that happened, including October 7th sudden attack that also brought down their army to the knees and also embarrassed them before their settlers and before their community.
Sheikh, now, so one of the goals, it seems, that was to remove Hamas from power. Is that something that you see in the future? Is that even a doable thing? Is this something that is this talk in the air? And so, and I guess the reason I'm asking is that obviously, even until now, they are negotiating with Hamas. They are not negotiating with PLO. They're not negotiating with PA, or I'm sorry, Palestinian Authority. So, the idea that they may actually remove Hamas from power, how real is this, Sheikh?
Okay, I will tell you something about myself for the sake of just explaining things better. I speak very good Hebrew, right? And I've been
mashallah.
following the Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. I have been following up the Hebrew media and listening to their analysts saying things. And one of the very interesting things that they said, one of the broadcasters asked the military analyst. He was telling him, "Do you think Hamas is close to be broken? Do you think Hamas is going to accept any compromise for the sake of saving themselves?" And then he told him, Hamas seems to be very far away from being broken. Hamas is negotiating us as if they're holding a gun and putting the gun to our head. They feel comfortable, they feel relaxed, they ask for the things that they want and they insist on them. So some of, or you would say all of the objectives that were stated by the Israeli government, including the chief of staff of the Israeli occupation army, the prime minister, the minister of defense, and something that you see them saying repeatedly is, we are going to break Hamas. We are going to achieve victory. In the last 48 days, they mentioned the word victory more than 300 times. Why? Because this is something they're missing, and they want to convince their audience that they're doing something, that they're progressing in doing something, and they're about to achieve it. But the fact on the ground is that they're trapped, they're stuck, they have not been able to bring about any breakthrough politically and militarily. So now they're willing to negotiate the solution. And now Hamas, even when Hamas is negotiating them, remember that when they started this ground operation 26 days, they said, we are conducting this ground operation, or they called it drill of war, for the sake of making sure that we release our prisoners. How many prisoners they released? None. How many captive citizens or captive soldiers or whoever they managed after taking over Al-Shifa, taking over the Indonesian hospital, taking over Al-Rantiso Hospital for children, Al-Rantiso Hospital for obstetrics, Al-Rantiso Hospital for pediatric children. All different types of hospitals were targeted, all different types of hospitals were seized, and the result was zero. They could not release any of the people who are captured. And now it is a moment of a truth for them. Now they are negotiating, like you rightly said, the very same organization they said they're going to wipe out. They are negotiating with a very military wing of the very same organization that they said the leader of which would be fleeing because of the massive power the Israeli army is using against them. But they are not. Now they're fighting. Some of them are killed in the battlefield. Some of them are continuing the fight, and none of them is surrendering. And this is something very important that should be taken into consideration. So the conclusion is that Hamas, as a fighting and a resistance power, is very far from being broken. And I think tactically and also strategically, they're achieving very important milestones that are indicative of the fact that they are still running a coherent structure that has a very good command sequence, and that they are orchestrating their activities on the ground and managing to achieve and realize them, and managing to impress the Israeli occupation army that said is going to break them.
Sheikh, I don't know how true this is, but yesterday I heard they arrested the head of the Shifa, the director of Shifa Hospital.
Yes, they arrested Dr. Muhammad Abu Salmiya, the head of Al-Shifa, the head of Al-Shifa Hospital. He was part of a convoy that the World Health Organization coordinated for. They're leaving from the Gaza Al-Shifa Hospital to Netzarim area, which is controlled by the Israeli occupation, and they were departing to the south of Gaza. They were waiting for more than 7 hours, and the Israeli occupation arrested Dr. Mahmoud Abu Salmiya and arrested 5 others. and they said he is now being interrogated by the Israeli intelligence services, Al-Shabak, and that he was arrested.
So, Sheikh, what happens to arrest now? Arrest means what? They're arrested in Gaza and then they're taken to outside Gaza for the interrogation, or is there somewhere inside Gaza area?
Normally they were arrested, and they are likely to have taken him to somewhere in Ashkelon, outside of Gaza, normally to some of the Israeli intelligence agencies to interrogate him. And you never know what kind of things they're going to do for him and for the others. People were killed. People were arrested and killed. Some people were arrested and are still missing now for the 14th day or 19th day or 16th day. Some people were passing by and were killed and are still thrown on the street. So you never expect what happens to the people who are taken by the Israeli intelligence agencies.
Sheikh, are you ever... Obviously, you're there, but I don't think... Do you worry about being arrested by the intelligence of Israel or... Because, I mean, you're very well known. You speak English very well. You speak Hebrew very well.
Speak Hebrew as well. Yeah.
And then you are speaking to international arena, and you're obviously a voice for the oppressed there. Are you concerned that people who have means to be able to speak to the outside world are being targeted?
Well, some of the people were indeed targeted. One of my relatives, the one that I told you, lost his life and also his son was killed, and 5 others of his children, all his children were killed. Also, his brother was killed, was a reporter for Palestine Voice TV. So also someone who's working for Al Jazeera Arabic, who has been reporting about the situation in the Gaza North, also received some phone calls from Israeli intelligence officers warning him and asking him not to report about the situation. That's normal. If you're doing something, you should understand that if you're speaking the truth to power, then there should be a power facing that truth. And with that, you should believe that whatever price you're paying for the sake of spreading the truth about the situation can be paid and will be paid and happily will be paid, inshallah Rabbil Alameen. So I understand that I might pay a heavy price, but it's okay. I'm not deterred. I'm not scared. And I understand that every sacrifice whatsoever, big or small, is nothing for the sake of the dignity people and spreading the fact about the situation.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect you, Sheikh. Now, Sheikh, let me United Nations, let's say now, what does peace look like in Gaza, Sheikh? Let's say, I guess I'm drawing a scenario here, is that, are you expecting United Nations after, let's say, if there is a 10-day ceasefire, they're talking about, well, security will be in the hands of the Jews. Well, security was in the hands of the Jews, at least the borders of Gaza, and they couldn't really do much. So now, what does that mean, number one? And number two, are you expecting blue helmets inside Gaza? Is that something that you would even, meaning that the people of Gaza, the Muslims there, would they want UN peace? I guess the soldiers there had blue helmets inside Gaza. Would that ever be something that the people there be willing to entertain? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, did you hear me, Sheikh? No, maybe not. Hello, Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. Can you hear me?
I think I lost you for some time. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Let me ask you the question again. The question now, Sheikh, after 10 days, if there's this ceasefire, let's say, continues on for 10 days, are we now, first of all, so now what happens after 10 days? Number two, is there, because there is talks, I know I'm hearing different foreign ministers, ministers from different, whether it's Jordan or Turkey and things like this. Would the people in Gaza entertain the idea of blue helmets, UN blue helmets inside Gaza. Would that something? Would they entertain that? Would that, or would that be considered some type of a break in sovereignty of the people inside Gaza?
Well, after 10 days, I foresee that there is going to be a permanent ceasefire agreed upon. But before that permanent ceasefire is agreed upon, there should be some arrangements to make sure that this rebuilding process can be started and can be fostered and maintained for the sake of rebuilding the lives of the people in Gaza. I don't think the people of Gaza would accept this idea of a blue helmet or helmets of any kind. I think Gazans would insist on just running and rebuilding their lives by on their own hands, by their having free access to the all the assets and resources that are needed for that. I think one of the reasons that led to October 7th is the fact that the Gazans were missing the ownership and the sense of ownership that should have been sensed and felt and practiced by the people of Gaza, and that they felt that they are under the censorship and guardianship of some other major regional powers, close or far away. And I think the whole world should be thinking of what led to October 7th, and they should be very sensible and responsible by the way they're acting with the ambitions of the people of Palestine. People of Palestine have to decide what they need to do, how they would do it, and who would be able to do it. And for your information, there are some communications from different parties, regional parties, Arab parties, who approach Hamas. I have been following the news about this, and who were communicating with them and offering them some very generous amounts of money to start the rebuilding process. I think the facts on the ground, and I think every single second of resilience and steadfastness in Gaza, now and before and after, will dictate the shape and the type of rebuilding process and how independent and with no interference and unhindered it can be. So the bottom line, Gazans would never entertain or accept idea of foreign intervention under any circumstances.
Okay, so now, so there's already a discussion. So now, hold on, Sheikh. So permanent ceasefire. That still doesn't. That's still very vague, Sheikh. Means can. Ceasefire obviously means ceasefire from both sides, but then Israel, after 2 months we can be in the same scenario again.
After 2 months, situation is very volatile and is continuously changing. Dynamics of the relationships with Gaza and the occupation have been changing. I think now when there is a negotiation, which indeed is underway now, there would be different type of negotiations, different type of requests, different types of guarantees, and different types of mechanisms for just realizing those agreements that would be reached. Now, with Gaza being able to remove the walls, which is a very important thing, that should be also taken into consideration. Now, the ones who were building those walls should be more careful now when they turn their backs to the needs of the people of Gaza. Now, when the people of Gaza are negotiating, and with the Palestinian resistance negotiating, they are negotiating out of power and with their opponents well aware that if something that is built there to prevent them from doing anything, that something can be removed and that something can be defeated, which is a very important thing. And I think the large-scale incidents that took place in October 7th and following that will pave the way to some more equitable solutions and more quality solutions and more change and realignment in the relationship with all the actors and with the international actors as well.
Okay, so, Sheikh, okay. So I guess the following question would be, well, two questions. I have to come to the idea of the Palestinian state also, but what is the negotiation that taking place? Does this what are the impacts of the Palestinians living in the West Bank when the ceasefire, or I guess, is there any talk going on regarding how the Muslims in that area will be dealt with?
Well, the West Bank is also subjected to attempts of subjugation and displacement. We should also be aware that some very strict and some very aggressive laws were passed by this Minister of the National Security, Ben Gvir, and they have been publicly speaking about the transfer. They have been publicly speaking about the idea of transferring the people who are living in the West Bank to Jordan. They have been publicly speaking about the need to offer the settlers who are living in the West Bank some arms, some gun machines. 239,000 licenses for guns and machine guns were submitted by Israeli settlers who are living in the West Bank, which is around 1/3 of the overall population in that area. And if we calculate the minors, the children, and the ones who are under 18, the number is extremely significant. So almost everyone in there would have a gun. And you have been hearing the news about the settler violence and how they're attacking the mosques, how they're attacking the family, how they were burning the houses and burning the mosque and everything. And the ones who are living in the West Bank are known to be very extremist, and they don't believe in the right of the people of Palestine to live in that area. They call it Judea and Samaria. And now even when it comes to Gaza, they're promoting a concept according to which they say, we evacuate, we settle, we stay. This is the principle they have been using in Hebrew for the sake of telling the people and the settlers that they are doing a very supreme job that is God assigned job to them, and what they need is to take care of the Judea and Samaria and to throw people away from that. Now in the cabinet, they have 3 ministers from the religious Zionists who believe in the transfer. So they have power, they have influence, they have authority, and they are going on with that plan. And I think they are taking the whole Israel to unprecedented confrontation when it comes to that land and when it comes to the Palestinian people in the West Bank. And ever since the eruption of this October 7th thing, the West Bank has, till this particular moment, sacrificed 211 people who were killed. The last of whom were killed yesterday. 5 of them were killed by an Israeli unmanned drone. So they are part now of the struggle, and they're subjected to the continuous Israeli attempts of subjugations, and they are not willing to leave their land. Like the people of Gaza are not willing to leave their land, they are not willing to leave land. And the people in the East Jerusalem are also subjected to continuous attempts of uprooting by the Israeli government, either at the policy level or at also a field level. They have been removing them from their homes, taking over those homes, and hoping to uproot them from Jerusalem. So the whole Palestinian people, Gaza, West Bank, and Jerusalem, are all together in this fight with different levels, with different impacts, and with different extents, but they are also part of that struggle, and they are together sacrificing their own way for the sake of just staying on this land.
Sheikh, we have also a few questions. Again, brothers and sisters, please put your questions out. Inshallah, put it out there so we can ask the brother the questions. Sheikh, before I go to the questions from the audience, the U.S. elections, and let me ask you this. I mean, so if the ceasefire does not stand, let's say after 10 years, 10 days, rather, so the U.S. is very clear that it's pushing for the ceasefire also because the U.S. elections are coming. Joe Biden, I think, is already in the tank anyway. There's a huge pressure even on the U.S. government to do something about this issue, and they have been. But see, look, the solution that the U.S. is pushing after this ceasefire issue is the idea of two-state solution. It's a very strategic question I'm asking you, Sheikh. Yani, first of all, an idea of a two-state solution, is this even viable? Meaning, in long term, can this actually stand? Number one. Number two, what I mean, go ahead, answer that question. Then I guess the follow-up will come.
No problem, inshallah. I mean, number one, this two-state solution is no longer viable.
Oslo I actually wanted to hear that from you.
No. I'll tell you why now. I'll tell you why. Now they have around 850,000 settlers in the West Bank. Now those settlers are taking over the very important resources like the aquifer, the water, the mountains, the high areas, and all of those things. The Palestinian citizens are accessing 10 liters of water a day, while the Israeli settlers are taking around 222 liters of water a day. The occupation continues, the separation continues, the around 465 crossings and in the different parts of the West Bank, which is not allowing the movement of the people. They are like dividing the West Bank as an area that is filled of cantons, Bantustans, and cantons for the sake of just continuing the occupation. That has affected the idea of the two-state solution. Can you hear the bombardment now?
Yes.
Okay. So this
At
is
least
part
I
of the
heard.
night program till the morning, inshallah. So the point is, they are actually undermining the two-state solution. They don't want a two-state solution. They want to take the land. They want to remove the people because they don't think Palestinians have the right to have a state. Can you hear the unmanned, the fight
Yeah,
jets?
I can actually hear the drone.
Okay.
Yeah. I just
The drone,
break.
and now
One second.
it looks,
One
that
second.
sounds like the.
Yeah, 1 second. Again, brothers and sisters, we have this discussion is having we're having is live from Gaza. We have Sheikh Akram El Satarri, reporter. It's amazing what he does up there, but he's speaking to us from Gaza live. So again, just keep that in mind. Bring your questions and you know, whatever that you want to ask. Go ahead, Sheikh. Continue. I'm sorry I had to break. I just wanted to let the people know. Go ahead.
No problem. So the point is that they have already undermined the two-state solution. They no longer want it. They believe, the cabinet, the ones who are in the cabinet, believe in the ultimate right of the Jewish to control the land. This is not done in the name of Judaism, but they are rather claiming that they are doing that for the sake of Judaism, and they continue swallowing the land. So the two-state solution is no longer viable.
So now, what is your thoughts to people? Like, because the thing, Sheikh, you know, in the U.S. and in the West in general, we have a lot of, you know, we have organizations sincere in many ways, but they have no idea of the realities on the ground, and they keep pushing for this. Oh, you know, we have to have something. There has to be some type of sovereignty, some type of right has to be given. There has to be independent state. What do you have to say to them, Sheikh? That because and the reason I'm asking and emphasizing on this question, Sheikh, is that look, for the Jews, Gaza was an experiment in many ways, I think, you know, and we see from the outside that they do not even want Gaza to be independent the way it because they are worried that anything that could make Muslims in that area independent is an actual problem for them. It doesn't matter how small or how big. So what do you have to say to the people here, organizations, those who are saying that, you know, that this may be a viable solution? I mean, you answered it, but I want them to understand it if this clip is being watched by them.
Okay, number one, it can be viable if people are given sovereignty and are not disposed from their land. Disposition, substitution, colonialism, settlement activity are not good recipe to develop a two-state solution if that two-state solution was viable at the first place. The settlement activity, the occupation activity, the continuous subjugation that is taking place in the West Bank and even in Gaza. They said they have withdrawn from Gaza in 2005, right? That was 18 years ago. But the matter of fact that they were redeploying their forces and controlling Gaza from the sea, from the ground, and from the sky. And they kept controlling Gaza. Now, if you are giving people the right to choice, that means you should give them the right to own sovereignty over their own resources, which is the ownership of that resources. The ownership is no longer there and will never be there because the Israeli government, the whole government now, does not believe in the right of the Palestinian people to live in the first place. Palestinians were described as subhumans by some very important
Human
cabinet
animals,
members. Human animals, subhumans, and the Palestinians were denied access to water, electricity, fuel, and energy for 48 days now. Can you imagine? You live in the USA. Can you imagine living 3 hours without electricity, let alone living 48 hours without electricity. So the point is, even the people in the West Bank are treated in the very same way. If the people who are watching, if they're watching now, I think justice is the solution. No peace without justice. Justice means that there should be a sovereign Palestinian state. The settlers should move out from the West Bank, and people in the West Bank should have a viable state with Gaza, and then people should live together. And I will tell you one very important piece of information. If you travel from Erez to the very north of the Gaza Strip, towards Tel Aviv or towards Jerusalem Al-Quds, you would be surprised to see some houses staying there, houses that were destroyed in the 1948 and in 1967, Palestinian houses. You would see the orchids, the grapevines, you would see the apricot trees, you would see everything. You would see the pots that were used by the elder people in there. So there is a space for us in that land, and I think what needs to be done is to recognize in the very beginning the right of the people to Palestine to live, and also then to translate that recognition into something practical that would ensure at least a baseline of sovereignty over the land for the people of Palestine. Even the Palestinian Authority that agreed to engage in peace talks and agreements with the occupation, they are now without no sovereignty whatsoever. The president of the Palestinian Authority needs a permit from the Israeli occupier to leave the West Bank, and needs another permit to come back to Ramallah. And that permit is renewed every 3 months. What kind of sovereignty is that? This is the bottom line. This is the way forward. Sovereignty, the right of choice, and then khalas. Khalas. Like in Arabic, you know khalas. What khalas means?
Khalas, I understand. Now the thing, Sheikh, is so I guess the idea that even Hamas may not be even the area is not viable, number one. So number two, so the even entertaining the idea that PA might be able to come and have some type of a ruling is not possibility at all.
No, the PA stated that they're willing to do. The PA stated in a very strange manner that they have nothing to do with Hamas. They have nothing to do with Israel. However, they are ready to come back to Gaza to govern Gaza. So it looks like they are talking as if they are a third party, and they're saying that we will come back to Gaza if there is an international will for us to come to back to Gaza, and we will govern Gaza, will manage Gaza. So I think also they are in a very weird position, ya Sheikh. It's like normally when you are representing a group of people, you should be siding with them, and you should not act as if you are a third party. Now the Palestinian Authority, in this very strange incident or stance, they're speaking as if they are coming from Mars or from the moon, from outside. No, from the whole outside of the whole galaxy. Sorry to say that.
Subhanallah. All right, Sheikh. Let's start taking some questions here. Go ahead, Brother Zain, if you can take questions, inshallah. Can you give us some insight of what happens to Palestine, children and women, when they are put in prison?
Okay. I think if I wanted to choose an example, then I would choose the example of Israel Jabis. Israel Jabis is one Palestinian woman, a mother of two, that was targeted by the Israeli occupation while she was in her car. Because of that targeting, the car was burnt, and she was inside the car, and she ended up losing her fingers. His face was totally distorted, and she is in jail now for 7 years. She was appealing to the international community. She's asking the international community to do something to release her, and for her to go, undergo some plastic surgeries for the things that were distorted, and for the things that were destroyed in her face, but she was not allowed to do, and she's going to be part of the swap deal that is going to take place tomorrow, and I hope that she will be released tomorrow. This is one woman, a mother, a woman who was treated like that. This is number one. Number two, a Palestinian child was born in the Israeli prison. His mother was pregnant. He was born there, and he was jailed from day zero till he became 4 years. So he was there in the jail for 4 years. So those two stories that tell you what was happening and what is still happening in the Israeli prisons, and how people are living their life in those prisons.
لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. Continue, Sheikh. Let's take born in the prison.
Yes.
So is he one of the, is that family one another they're looking for release tomorrow?
Inshallah.
Sheikh, how are they?
Tomorrow, inshallah. Yes, go ahead.
How are they? Okay, so let me ask you this. So let's say when the families are released, what is the guarantee that they will be kept, they will be free? Meaning that after 10 days, because these guys are going and they're going into homes, they're just picking up children. What is the guarantee that they will not be rearrested?
Number one, the Israeli National Security Minister made a decree that everyone who celebrates the release of those prisoners would be accused of the charges of terrorism. That's number one. Okay. Number two, there is no guarantee. Yeah, of course. Number two, there is no guarantee that those people who would be released would not be rearrested. But the only guarantee now is the change in the dynamics that I told you about. So the Americans are guaranteeing Qataris, Egyptians, and also the power change and realignment that resulted according to the situation that is unfolding now.
Sheikh, with all of these powers that be, let's say the Egyptians, the Americans, the Qataris, and everybody else that's around, who protects the Israeli state, Sheikh? Who is really protecting them?
Who is protecting them? Okay. Okay, I will tell you who's protecting them. No. I think we have an aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean. We have aircraft carrier in the Red Sea. We have advanced air defense systems deployed in almost all Arab countries. The Israeli defense minister said that we have already deployed many of our planes in the Arab skies for the sake of protecting the state of Israel. The aircraft carriers that is in the Mediterranean is the American aircraft, and the one other aircraft that is in the Red Sea is a French one. Germany approved and sent some unmanned drones to Israel for the sake of fighting alongside the Israelis who are defending the light and the good. The French prime minister or president came to Palestine and came to what's called Israel, and he said that they are there with Israel and they are there for Israel and they will continue the fight for the sake of protecting Israel. Some officials from the EU stated that they will be also supporting Israel and they will be doing whatever it takes for the sake of protecting Israel. So I think that gives you an answer, right?
Right. So go ahead. Let's take the next question, Sean. Do you think if it's determined to the cause, if we redirect the pro-Palestinian movement and end the Pali flag fashion to an Islamic movement, will we confuse and lose the power of global community?
Well, as a matter of fact, people of Palestine don't have that power of the global community. The power of the global community is directed against the Palestinians and against the Palestinian cause. But I will tell you one very important thing. If you watch, and I'm sure that you are watching all the publications and the discourse that have to do with the Palestinian cause, you would see that people are using the Holy Quran not only for the analysis of things, but also for the expression of the facts about this ongoing conflict. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam was dividing the clans and the tribes during the wars into, like, every single clan was given a specific squad, and Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam was telling them, we will see what you can do, people of this family. We'll see what you can do, people of this family. Sometimes that can be done for good, and Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam did that. So it's no shame that you have a specific flag, although I myself have some reservations on all those flags that were created for the sake of dividing the ummah and creating nationalism and also dividing and ruling. But now the Jordanian is competing for the sake of supporting Palestine. The Iraqi is competing for the sake of supporting Palestine. The Yemeni is supporting the is also competing to support Palestine. The Lebanese is supporting Palestine. The Syrian is supporting Palestine. So I think despite those different flags, we are one united ummah that is fighting for one united goal, and that is already getting closer and understanding that someone was intentionally dividing them. As Muslims, the oneness is our belief, and it informs and guides all of our acts. And I think that by default, I see that happening on the ground, even without the need to state that this is happening.
Jazakallah khair. Okay, next question, Sheikh. Some Israeli analysts are afraid of prolonged urban conflict. Why do you think Israel is still committed to putting Gaza under siege? That's a good question, actually.
They are afraid. They are afraid of this prolonged urban fighting, because urban fighting takes place in the urban area. But we should also be aware that with that urban fighting, there comes a very massive number of casualties. In the World War II, the number of civilian victims was 300 times more than the fatalities among the military people. And this is one of the stains on the head of the new world. And now in Gaza, Israel understands very well, and they have been seeing and experiencing that in the urban areas, all the sensors, all the warning systems normally malfunction because of the proximity of the debris and the rubble of the houses and the cement blocks and all of those things. So they understand if that urban fight continues, they're going to lose many more than they are already losing. And I'm going to quote now some of the words that were said by the Hamas military wing spokesperson Abu Ubaidah just 1 hour ago. He said, if Israel continues that urban fighting, they will understand that the real loss has not started as yet. So that indicates and explains why they are worried about that. They have been losing up to this particular moment more than 385 armored vehicles, tanks, and bulldozers. And you can imagine they are fighting now in the outskirts of Gaza, mostly peri-urban areas. If they proceed, which they have been proceeding into the urban area, they have been losing heavily, and they will continue to lose. The more they proceed, the heavier the losses are, and that is very dangerous for the reputation of their army, for the reputation of the military manufacturing. Now the Merkava 4, that is around 75 tons, that is of around 3 meters height, 3 meter width, and 8 meters long, is now defeated, is now becoming a scrap. Now they have contracts that were signed with other foreign customers that are being cancelled. They understand the urban fighting is going to expose the vulnerability of their military industry, and they don't want to see that happening.
Subhanallah. Sheikh, if you can, just because of the time here, now the aid situation, if you can mention this one more time regarding the aid situation, what needs to be done, what is happening on the ground for the last, I guess it seems like some trucks have entered, or, so if you can please mention what needs to be done, how can the Muslims from here support the situation, and how is aid being distributed on the ground?
Number one, the aid is divided into health aid, non-food items. The health aid is the medication, medical consumables, and stuff like that. Medical equipment, X-ray machines, because the health system sustained a very heavy and crippling hit and strikes by the Israeli occupation. Now you have, like you rightly said, 35 hospitals. Of those 35 hospitals, around 25, 28 hospitals are already out of service, so there is a need to support them. There is a Jordanian hospital, field hospital. There is an UAE's Emirati field hospital, Kuwaiti field hospital that are coming to Gaza. The bed capacity is very limited, so the need is massive to get some X-rays, to get some dialysis machines, to get different things. And as a matter of fact, I think, inshallah, within the documentation that you're going to receive, there is going to be some specialized doctors, like who are going to say what are the priorities, what are the needs, and how they can be addressed. But if I were any Muslim anywhere in the world, I would focus on relieving the people. That's number one. They support for the food. Number one, support for the food. Number two, support of the NFI items. The tents, makeshift tents now, because you have around 65% of the built area destroyed, and you have 1.7 million people who are already IDPs, internally displaced people. 750,000 of them are living and staying now in the UNRWA shelters. So you need to support those people, provide them with water, you need to provide them with food, you need to provide them with the tents, and you need to look after their needs. And that can be one part that can that people can be supported in, and you can on the longer term work on the rebuilding of the things. You need to rebuild the home, you need to get them some resources, you need to build their livelihood, you need to get them some small scale projects that can support them and help them restart their life. There is a lot that can be done in Gaza, and I think that every single Muslim can do even very little effort for the sake of just addressing any of the needs and allocating something towards those needs.
Jazakallah khair, Sheikh. Jazakallah khair. Inshallah, with that, we're going to end this program, Sheikh. Jazakallah khair. Be safe out there, Sheikh. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect and preserve you. And we will continue bring you on to see the developments that are happening on the ground. And again, brothers and sisters, Sheikh Akram is one of our brothers who does a lot of groundwork with amazing sincerity. These are the type of people that we have on the ground, brothers and sisters. So your support means a lot to us. So continue your support, and may Allah protect you, preserve you, Sheikh. And just keep us, even just a little text matters, Sheikh, because we are worried. Believe me, people are worried about your safety and security.
No, Sheikh. Also, there is one very important thing. Even if I forget to send the text, someone I know from the USA, some Sheikh. Sheikh Muhammad sends me something. Sheikh, I'm asking about you. How are you doing today? How is the family? So, inshallah, we're going to keep you posted about the developments. And barakallahu feek and jazakallahu khairan for doing, yeah, Sheikh. And the listeners as well.
Jazakumullahu khairan for all the brothers and sisters, inshallah. And now, brothers and sisters, the next session right after Sheikh Akram is we have Osman Bakhash, a very important analyst, political analyst, who will be coming directly live from Lebanon. It's very important that as we follow these discussions, brothers and sisters, because you had a sister coming and talking to you from London. You had brother directly from Gaza. May Allah protect them. And now from Lebanon, inshallah, our brother Osman. And then after that will be Abu Talha from Jordan. These are conversations from international analysts, speakers, people on the ground, scholars. You can't have a discussion like this anywhere else. Stay tuned. In 5 minutes, we'll be right back, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh, brothers and sisters. Welcome back to the conference. So far, we've had Dr. Nazreen from London, and we had our brother Akram directly from Gaza, and he spoke about the humanitarian situation inside, the political situation inside, the role of resistance, what's actually taking place as far as the medical situation, the killing, the disaster inside, but at the same time, the resilience of the people and how people are holding up with all of this that's happening. And now, brothers and sisters, we have Dr. Osman Bakhash. This is someone who's a teacher, a professor, a political analyst, very, very active both in the international, da'wah scene, in both in Lebanon also and across the world. He is well known for his analysis, and also the kind of stance that he takes, no matter where he is, with his clear discussions and what needs to be done in the Muslim world. These are, again, brothers and sisters, we're bringing you very rare voices, in a sense that they don't shy away from speaking truth to power. And with that, we are going to bring Dr. Usman. Dr. Usman, welcome to Islamic Oasis Live.
Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's my pleasure to be with you today. Allah.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. First of all, again, welcome to Islamic Oasis. Sheikh, this is the first time we've had you on. We've had many people from different parts of the world, and it is a very interesting day today because we just spoke to, I don't know if you were listening to Brother Akram speaking directly from Gaza, and maybe you heard the kind of things that he had to say regarding what's actually happening from inside Gaza. Sheikh, the question that we are asking you is, of course, Israel as an entity obviously is doing what it's doing, but who protects Israel, Sheikh? And this is a question that I was asking the last guest that we had. Who protects Israel? Who is the one that allows Israel to do what it is doing? And what does the future look like in the region? I mean, you're in Lebanon. You are obviously seeing the consequences of having this state present in this region of the Muslim world.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Certainly this is a critical question, to say the very least. We saw that right from the very beginning, the American President Biden rushed to mobilize 2 aircraft strike carrier, the Gerald Ford and the Eisenhower. Such an armada it has never been seen in the Middle East, in the Mediterranean. Like, it's almost like like suddenly overnight people started happening. Everyone knows Hamas. At the end of the Hamas doesn't have a warplanes, fighters, missiles, satellite. Hamas doesn't have none of this. So what's the need for such a show of force? 2 major strike carriers and such a heavy mobilization of the armada. Of course, then on the other hand, the American would say, well, this is a deterrent. This is a deterrence. So in a way, kind of, this scene would describe really, or would answer the question, your question: who is protecting Israel? Let's not forget here that, and it's important that we need to we need to keep all of this. We need to link it with the context. Let's not forget that Israel, to begin with, from day one, Israel as an entity, from day one, it was imposed and implanted by the colonial powers. Back then, it was the British, and then later on, the Americans stepped in to inherit the British influence. But Israel as an entity couldn't be sustained, could not be kept if it weren't for the protection offered to it by the colonial power. Early on, it was the British, and afterward, the American. Now, to make a long story short, and for the benefit of the audience, quickly speaking, Britain occupied Palestine at the end of 1917, at the height of the First World War. And we all know by November 1917, November 2nd, 1917, Britain issued the so-called Balfour Declaration, promising the Zionist movement the establishment of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. And this Balfour Declaration carried no weight. It carried no legal, no weight whatsoever. But when, following the First World War, when the League of Nations, which was set up by the victors of the First World War, mostly Britain and France, the League of Nations, they gave a mandate. They gave a mandate for Britain to govern Palestine, today's Palestine and Transjordan, and at the same time gave mandate to France to govern Lebanon and Syria. Well, by then there was no Lebanon, but France created Lebanon, and then the British, in this mandate issued by the League of Nations, the Balfour Declaration was embedded in it. So from this point, from the League of Nations, the Balfour Declaration became kind of this legal decision according to the so-called international law. And this is a word we have to go back over and over again, because now, by the way, after all is said and done, everybody is saying, oh, we have to refer to the international law. So the 57 Muslim countries which met in Riyadh, and they met in Riyadh. Before in October 19, they met in Jeddah. Then there was a peace conference in Cairo, so on and so forth. But always the point is they say, oh, all we are asking is to refer to the international law, meaning the so-called the United Nations Security Council, the various resolutions passed by the Security Council. The point here being is the British back in after the First World War provided both the military and physical protection for the newborn entity Israel, which was the announcement of the birth of Israel was May 15, 1948, and then the British gave it kind of built several lines of protection for this entity, because the British knew very well that this entity cannot and will not survive within the region. So the British, they were very devilish. They built several lines of defense to ensure the protection and for this entity to survive. So on the one hand, and this is a key point, on the one hand, they allowed it under the so-called international law, whether it was the League of Nations following the First World War, or afterward the United Nations. So the United Nations resolution in 1948, resolution number 181, it gave a decree partitioning Palestine into two states, one for the Jewish homeland and the other for the Arabs. So this kind of international legality, this afforded Israel protection, and that's not enough. At the same time, the Arab rulers in the neighborhood, in Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, these Arab rulers, they have played key role in protecting Israel and preventing jihad and preventing the Muslims in Palestine from fighting to reclaim their land and their homeland. So you see, we have multiple layers. You have the international law, then you have the Arab rulers, who really their task was to protect this entity, and then like we saw now, if all of this fail, then America may find the need to intervene directly, and hence, as I said earlier, the show of force that we saw in the Mediterranean.
Sheikh, what happens now? The show of force is obviously there. It's very clear that the Americans are saying that we mean business. Well, you're saying that, look, if first of all, let's put it this way, Sheikh, why is America so desperate to protect Israel? What is the key role of Israel? Why are they trying so hard? Although, and that in connection with the following question here, that I would think that the Arab states are enough of protection for the American interests. I mean, their role is enough, what they do. But even with all of that, they still need a state called Israel. Is this the second line of defense, meaning that they're still worried that the Muslims inside these states could make a change, and hence there has to be plan B?
So exactly so. Yes, for instance, we saw that in 1979, Sadat, the president of Egypt at the time, he was the first to sign Camp David Accord, by which, formally speaking, Egypt recognized the legitimate right of the entity of Israel to be accepted as a sovereign nation. So that was signed in 1979, but really, which now we are talking about over 40 years, till this minute, you will be hard pressed to find a single Egyptian who will say embrace or really admit or recognize Israel as a normal country. Despite all efforts undertaken by the Egyptian government, the American various agencies, Israeli propaganda, what have you, everything, yet it has become very evident and clear that this so-called the Treaty of Camp David, among the grassroots society, it has been totally rejected, and there is a very strong opposition to it. So yes, the Western leaders, let's not forget here that to them, and that was the very purpose of creating Israel. That was the very purpose, being a kind of a forward operating base for the colonial policy, whether it was the British early on or afterward now the American. So to them, Israel serves this purpose of being, in a sense, like a lightning rod to spoil or to divide, being in the heart of the Muslim nation, stretching from Morocco to Pakistan and Bangladesh and Indonesia. So to them, Israel is a forward base to serve their colonial interest. Now, at the same time, even though you have King Hussein and now his son King Abdullah, you have President Hafez Assad in Syria, and now his son Bashar al-Assad, or you have these various kings and presidents, what have you, but still the West cannot kind of be caught napping, because here the area is really boiling. The whole Middle East area is boiling, and these governments, they are no more than puppets installed by the Western colonial power, and their task and job and their mission is to subjugate this popular anger. So really, on the one hand, you have this kind of dichotomy between the popular anger toward these rulers, and this is why the West cannot kind of turn a eye, or cannot they afford to take the risk of the whole geopolitical order imposed by force after the First World War, they know it is very fragile and easy to crumble. Um, the recent Arab Spring, in a way, provided a clear evidence to this point that despite all of this so-called nation, the very concept of nation state, here in the imposed by the West, but really at the end of the day, they still have very strong bonding and cohesion and unity at the level of their emotions and their belief in their name. And so, whenever something happened in Algeria or Somalia or Jordan or Turkey, instantly you will find an immediate popular engagement and response. And the West is very aware of this. So this is why the whole drive has been to kind of so-called normalization of relationship between Israel to be accepted and tolerated within this region. Because following the 1967, there was so-called war in 1967. The Arab leaders, they claimed they met in Khartoum in Sudan, and they came out with a statement: no negotiation with Israel, no negotiation, no recognition, and لا اعتراف لا مفاوضات. So they raised three no. Of course, back then, right after the war, by 1967 war, Israel occupied the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt, the West Bank from Jordan, and the Golan Heights from Syria. Well, it wasn't a war, in effect, in reality. It was a handover. Jordan delivered the West Bank to Hafiz Assad in Syria, delivered the Golan Heights, and in Sinai, the same Jamal Abdel Nasser. But the Arab leaders, they walk they are always tiptoeing. Know that there is a popular rage and anger and frustration. So in a way, they try to accommodate the public opinion, while at the same time trying to cultivate more openness toward this entire Israel.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there, Sheikh. There's a lot that you have said in the last. Okay, so let's unpack that, Sheikh. Let's say now, this attempt is United States attempting to protect Israel here, meaning from how long do you see Israel existing as a state, Sheikh? Meaning, from I guess. Look,
it's
Sheikh,
not,
the
it's
international.
Not we are not looking at a crystal glass here, but we have to understand. We have to understand the calculus, the dynamic, what's happening, what the various factors. As I mentioned earlier, Israel is simply a forward operating base, serving the imperial policy of America today and Britain yesterday, and for that matter, we have to tie it together. This entity, the occupation state in Palestine, if we take a quick look at the American policy, global policy, we will see that America has over 800 military bases encompassing the whole globe. America has over 800 military bases. Joe Biden, the president, when he wrote in Washington Post last week, when he wrote his article, if you go back and kind of review the first paragraph, he projected himself, that we are America, we are,
yes,
in a way, we are the shepherd, we are the guardian of the globe, and so we have to step in and practice our leadership role. So we have to. Okay, this crisis now erupted in Gaza, so we have to step in, seek solutions, etc., etc. So we shouldn't overlook this aspect of it. Actually, that at the end, it's a tool. Israel is a tool to serve the American aims and goals in the area.
The question I'm asking, Sheikh, is that that's understood. But see, the thing is that is this the behavior of let's say American colony called Israel in many ways? Is it acceptable for the status quo in that exists today, meaning the international arena, with the kind of behavior of Israel? Is this sustainable? Meaning in the Middle East in general, I mean, this is going to create
the behavior of aggression, you mean, practiced by Israeli forces?
I mean, it's a genocide taking place. Even if, how long is Israel, United States willing to protect Israel?
Okay, this is a good question. This question you pose now, it kind of it changed the equation in the sense that if and when America will protect Israel so long as this protection costs her very little. When you always have the cost versus benefit. So long as protecting Israel is affordable and can be done with minimum cost for America, they will do so. But if and when the cost goes higher, like we saw, for instance, that in Vietnam, in the war in Vietnam, the war ended with 58,000 American casualties, and beside hundreds of thousands of wounded, but 58,000 Americans were killed in Vietnam. So the cost versus benefit, which means this highlight the role played by the Arab regimes, or even the whole Muslim regime. Again, look at them. They met in Riyadh, 57 leaders, 57 countries. And what have they done? They issued a leaflet, a statement, a piece of paper. As we speak, every day there are 7 to 8 ships sailing from Turkey to Israel, carrying all kinds of goods that the Israeli society needs every day, including fuel for the tanks, for the airplanes, fruits of various whatever agricultural product. Every day, 7 to 8 ships sail from Jihan, the Turkish port Jihan, from Turkey to sustain. And this is ongoing. This is even before the war. But I'm saying this illustrates how these Muslim rulers really they are making Israel comfortable. So America has no problem. So how long will America defend and protect Israel? Okay, if it doesn't cost her much, okay, so why not? But if and when this situation here change and the real regime assume power, and which will faithfully serve the nation, then the calculus is different. And then at that time, America will start raising questions. Is it worthy for America to engage in war against this new regime to be born? So then the equation will accordingly.
You bring a very interesting point here, Sheikh. I mean, is there a possibility of a new regime? What do you mean by new regime to be born? What does this mean in this region now? I mean, is there a possibility that the regimes are in existence can fall? Is there who can fill the vacuum, Sheikh? If there is something like this.
Let me show you this book, A Peace to End All Peace. A Peace to End All Peace. I recommend it highly for the audience, by Professor David Fromkin from Chicago. A Peace to End All Peace. In this book, Professor Fromkin he narrates the birthing of the new Middle East, of the current Middle East. So he goes back all the way to Sykes-Picot Treaty, how it was baked and cooked, and he goes through very detailed, minute explanation of the imperial policy by Britain by then and France, and even the American President Woodrow Wilson, etc. But to relate to your question, Professor Fromkin, he raised a point. He says that the European power, they have imposed this new, the so-called the nation state, and quote unquote, we have to understand what this nation state is. So he says the European colonial power imposed this new geopolitical order based on the European institution of nation state, and he at the end he ends by raising a question mark. He says it remains to be seen whether this order imposed by the West is sustainable and whether it will survive, because he knows that this order was imposed against the will of the populace here. And for that matter, and you asked earlier, even now, when you follow the news closely, what's happening in Gaza, if you follow the news, the last of which was the a statement made by Abu Ubaidah from Hamas today.
Just a few hours ago. Yes.
Exactly, a couple of hours ago, he made the statement, but he repeated himself in the sense he made a call to the people in the West Bank in occupied Palestine to rise up in solidarity with Gaza. He further addressed the people in Jordan, because we all know in Jordan over half the population in Jordan are Palestinian. They come from Palestine. They are refugees from Palestine. So he made appeal to them to mobilize in solidarity with Gaza, which is, and this take us to the heart of the matter. This concept of nation state, because look now, Egypt alone, Egypt is a nation of 100 million people. 100 million people has a very powerful army. Turkey is a very powerful country, is a nation of 90 million people, has the strongest army in the area. Jordan, Syria, Iraq, so on. But the West, by implanting and imposing this so-called nation state, where the Egyptian government will say, okay, we will look after the needs of the Egyptian society, Egyptian people, Egyptian sovereignty, etc. And similarly, the same in Jordan and in Turkey and in Iraq. Everybody will say, okay, we are Kuwaiti government, we are Iraqi government, we are Turkish government. So with this logic, look what's happening. Only the brave heroes of Gaza are standing up to this war machine of Israel, backed by Europe and America. Israel enjoyed endless support from Europe and America. And if you look at the map, Gaza, it's called Gaza Strip. It's called Gaza Strip. It's a strip on the sea, on the seaside. Gaza doesn't have mountains or forests or jungles or valleys. None of it. It's a strip. Barely. You are talking about 35 kilometers. It's a strip on the seaside. This is Gaza. It's not like Lebanon or Jordan or Syria or Iraq or Egypt. None of it. And yet Gaza, which is cornered, yet they are doing this brave fighting, standing up to the Israeli aggression, supported by the full American might, America and Europe. On the other hand, 57 so-called leaders, they meet in Riyadh, those Muslim countries, and they end up appealing to the international society. But what international society? So, okay, they sent a delegation to meet with Chinese leader. They met a delegation to Moscow. Which is, so pathetic. So, so, so this is how you see this kind of the linkage, how these factors are playing together. The nation state has come to, and of course, back then when the British, the so-called Psychics-Picot, they followed the divide and conquer. They divided the land, and so to enable, because the West knew that unity of the Muslims will form a solid bloc, which will challenge the Western hegemony over the area, and will prevent the Western, project from succeeding in the area. So this is a calculus, the ongoing calculus now.
So, Sheikh, but the question still remains: when you say that there could be regime change, are you talking about who can fill this vacuum, Sheikh?
It's okay. Good to connect the dots. Let's remember that in 1991 in Algeria there was election. According to the so-called democracy. When the Islamic Salvation Front group in Algeria, they had a landslide victory. The French President François Mitterrand, he openly threatened that if these Islamists take over power, we will invade Algeria. In 1991. So, and this has been ongoing, and even in the Arab Spring, it's very well known here. Anytime, and this was reported by the American professor Norman Feldman, I think his last name. He said, if we grant these people in the area, if we grant them democracy, meaning like again talking about elections, etc. He said that democracy means that these people will establish Islamic State. So this is a given. So to answer your question, where is the regime change? Now across the land, from Morocco to Sudan to Egypt, to look at Egypt, what's happening, to Jordan, Iraq, wherever you go. So it is the natural aspiration of the people here is that they aspire to live according to Islam, our way of life. This is our deen, this is our doctrine, our aqidah, and people here that simply they want to live in accordance with the Islamic way of life. So yes, there is the possibility is very strong that, and mind you, anywhere I'm talking about anywhere, Algeria, Libya, Tunisia, so on and so forth. This is why we see that the Western powers are really driving a policy of kind of always creating small fires or crises. So they know they don't want this region to be stable and prosperous. They fear that if and when this region is left alone, then the people simply will translate this aspiration into reality. So this is a reality here.
Sheikh, now, I mean, in Egypt, Sheikh, I mean, you were saying that, look, there's 100 million people. What are you observing in Egypt? The things that we don't have access to. Whatever information we have is very filtered. That's coming even from Egypt here. What are you hearing from where you are in Lebanon? I mean, obviously, it's a country that belongs, literally next to Gaza. I'm sure people inside are boiling of that there is no response from Sisi government. But what are you? From your understanding, what's happening inside Egypt?
Well, in Egypt, it will take us back to 2013, when Sisi, the General Sisi, Back then, he was Minister of Defense. This is when he carried his coup d'état against Dr. Muhammad Morsi. Muhammad Morsi, rahimahullah. Muhammad Morsi, he was elected again by election. Muhammad Morsi didn't force his way in by tanks or gun. He was elected by popular will, and it was common wisdom that he was the first civilian president for Egypt elected by popular will. And yet it was too much for America. They couldn't tolerate him. So Obama at that time gave his blessing for General Sisi to stage the coup d'état. And when he did that, there was a big massacre in Rabia Square and Nahda Square, where there was peaceful rally protesting the coup d'état. And if you go back, one of key aide of Obama at the time, later on, he narrated this incident. He said when the coup d'état happened in Egypt, and now everybody in America or those aides to Obama, they were wondering now, what do we do? Because after Camp David, every year the U.S. supply Egypt with $2.1 billion to maintain the American grip on the Egyptian state and society. So in the law in the U.S. is if a coup d'état takes place, then America is obliged to cut off all aids. So he narrated that when they were meeting, Obama walked in the meeting room, and the first thing he said, okay, we will not call it a coup. Let's see what we can do. So this is offhand. This is okay. This is off the table. This is not a coup. So all right. So let's make some noise, etc., paying lip service. So and Sisi, answering your question, Sisi, and it was very bloody. He murdered, all of these protesters, even by brute force of the army.
Yeah, I mean, he had tanks literally moving over the people. Yeah.
Yes. Even I recall vividly that those protesters in the Rabia, they had set up what you call it a field hospital. So, and there was this lady doctor. There was a lady doctor attending to some of the wounded, and this, it's a field hospital. When this officer from the intelligence, he walked into the tent, ordering yelling and screaming, everybody out. And she screamed at him. She said, "These are wounded patients. I have to look after them. You cannot throw us out." So he took his gun and shot the patient. He shot them. Told her, "Out." He shot them. Anyhow, so the point is that Sisi, after Rabia and so on, he unleashed an era of terror. As we speak, there are about 70,000 political prisoners in Egypt, and with a full blessing and support by America. So this terror that unleashed in Egypt, it came to renew this the clash between the people and the military rule imposed and supported by America. And this is not only in Egypt; it's also we saw what happened in Syria. See what's happening now in Libya. So it's the same story.
But this begs the question, Sheikh. Because obviously we saw the Arab Spring, we are seeing what happened in Egypt in general. We are is there any opposition now that can challenge Sisi?
Okay, good. To be frank and honest, yes, there is plenty of opposition, but yet it is fragmented. It is fragmented. To the best of my knowledge, as we speak, there is no solid opposition with heavy weight. There are, because when Sisi took over power in Egypt, as I said, over 60,000 up to 70 now are in jail, and many of the key activists and leaders, they died in jail, including Dr. Muhammad Mursi. He was effectively murdered in jail. So this is one on the one hand. On the other hand, a good number of many activists, they managed to escape. They're scattered in the whether in Europe or Turkey or elsewhere. Turkey for a while became
safe haven,
kind of
yes.
a hub. Became a hub for the Egyptian opposition. But yeah, there are this opposition, but again, as we speak, as it is, it's not really solid, and because that the shock of 2013 created many different opinion. Of course, everybody is against Sisi. Everybody, yes, but then what is the way to overcome Sisi, to restore our government? Then the answer here varies greatly, and there hasn't, to my knowledge, there hasn't been a strong, really, organization or front kind of to lead this work, really.
So, Sheikh, let me, when there are many, when there are organizations, I mean, they are calling for moving of the armies. Armies need to move my armies to Aqsa. There's a lot of people talking. There's a lot of movement saying that armies need to do something in Israel, or against the state of Israel. But Sheikh, if you are saying that there's barely any kind of real opposition inside that can actually put up a front in front of Sisi, when we talk about these armies, whose armies are we talking about, Sheikh?
Well, the army you're talking about, whether you're talking about Jordan or Egypt or Syria or Iraq, the army is part of the ummah, part of the society. The one in the army is my brother or my cousin or my uncle or so on and so forth. At one time, I was making Umrah in Mecca, and when you make Umrah, you have ihram. You dress this white dress. You are making Umrah, and other people are making Umrah, and we are all dressed in the white dress. And when you dress this dress, so you have no idea that this person or that person, who's he? Is he an engineer or a farmer or a mechanic or a doctor or So as it happened, there was this man sitting next to me, and we engaged in discussion, chatting. It turned out he was a major general from the Somali army at the time. Back then, he was a major general from the Somali army, carrying, doing Umrah like any other Muslim. So it's wrong to demonize the army. Yes, there is corrupt leaders. There is corrupt leaders among them, closely raised and propped and backed by the foreign power, whether it is American or the European. Like if you take Sisi, for instance, this is an example, but among many others, or even King Abdullah in Jordan, or other King Hussein, or the Emir of Qatar or Bahrain. These are famous. They graduate of the British Sandhurst Military College. So on and so forth. So, yes, the West, whether it is the Britain or the American, they are keen on seeing to it that the top echelon, top brass, they lock them in their loyalty to them. But this doesn't really reflect the rest of the army. And at the same time, for that matter, it's not only a matter of army, because you raised a valid question. You raised a valid question. Okay, let's people are against Sisi, but who is there? You ask, is there? What is the opposition which stands ready to seize power and to eliminate the Sisi or anybody else for that matter, or in Jordan or Sudan, or go to Sudan or Jordan or Turkey or whatever, Algeria? This is a good point, and I answered as it is. The organization, the opposition, there are many opposition out there, but fragmented. Not only that, they lack really the much needed strategic vision and plan on how to overcome or to win this struggle, if you want to call it that way. And this is the other side of the coin. This is the other side of the coin, meaning, okay, it's valid to ask, what is the army? Who will rise to the challenge? But then, on the other hand, where is the opposition organization ready to lead this process? Because look at, for instance, if we consider Tunisia. In Tunisia, there was elections. People elected Nahda because the same scenario. It wasn't in Tunisia or Algeria or Sudan or Egypt. People by nature, like in Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood, their title or their slogan was Al-Islam huwa al-hal. Al-Islam huwa al-hal. Islam is the solution. And the majority of the people said, nice, this is what we want. We want Islam. And you are known Islamic organization movement for the past 100 years, 90 years. Good, excellent. We will elect you into office. So the people gave them their vote in Egypt, in Tunis, in Algeria. People gave them their vote. And here you are. In Egypt, you have Mubarak is gone. And people elected you. And this is where the moment of truth came up. That the Muslim Brotherhood, they were not ready, sadly. And this happened in Egypt, in Tunisia, in Algeria. Same scenario. In Algeria, you go back to 1991. Again, the people elected the Islamic Salvation Front. They had a landslide victory, but they failed in leading the Ummah to resume power, assume power, and all of this really point to the central disease, if you want to call it, or central deficiency among this Islamic movement. The fact that for this Islamic movement or that one, for the past 30 years, 50 years, whatever, 60 years, they are good when it comes to making da'wah on various ways or forms or shapes, memorizing Quran, Hadith, mosque, etc., etc. They are nice. They do nice da'wah, but they are totally lacking when it comes to the political skills, how to engage in struggle, and how to overcome the obstacles preventing the establishment of the Islamic State. And this has been the heel spot or heel in all of this work. And even like last December, now a year ago, December 2022, there was this big, lavish conference held in Istanbul for 3 days, by Kuala Lumpur platform. So for 3 days, and mind you, this conference was endorsed and supported by Turkish government, Qatari government, Malaysian government. So they had, and yet when you, and it's available online, when you go and see the various discussion, lectures, question, answers, etc., sadly you come out shaking your head that, after a decade of the Arab Spring, you will see that we are still rotating, chasing our tail, and this is this point the serious deficiency, even at the level of thought. So this is part of the problem. This is reality.
Sheikh, we will take 2 questions because we have a few questions that we need to ask. There's actually let me see. Let me give you the first question. How does the Arab Street come to terms with their government's colonial past? Do they avoid the topic, or they try to reinterpret it?
Do they avoid what?
I guess the question is that they understand that this is a colonial post. They understand that this is so how do they reinterpret this thing? How do they look at their governments when they look at their governments, that they, especially connected, that their governments are connected to a colonial outpost?
Right. Okay. See, let's be fair. Let's be fair here. Let's be fair and give credit where it is due. As I said earlier, when Muslim Brotherhood, they have the slogan "Al-Islam huwa al-hal." Islam is the solution. People, the masses, say, "Great, we want Islam," and this is a point that the masses, and this applies anywhere, whether it's Turkey or Egypt or Sudan or Tunis or Algeria or Iraq. The masses people, they are Muslims. And okay, they pray 5 times a day. Most of them, they make a fast Ramadan, they do Umrah, etc., etc. They are Muslims, of course. They are not angels. No, they are not angels, but they are Muslims. They love Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. They love the Prophet, and I'm sure even now, even as we speak, if any country, if Jordan or Egypt or Syria or Lebanon, any country now, let's say that Jordan will not send the Jordanian army to fight for Gaza. Let's say they will not, but only if they open the border, I'm more than sure that hundreds of thousands will rush in no time to join their brothers in the West Bank and Gaza. So this is the nature of the mass. But when it comes to the elite, it is the elite, the influencers, the decision makers. They are the one who lead the masses, and here lies the problem. I told you, in Algeria in 1991, that was a landslide victory for the Islamic Salvation Front. So people, or in Egypt, or in Tunisia, so on and so forth. Okay, people they want Islam. So you are the leader. Okay, fine, we are with you. We are behind you. And mind you, people are willing to sacrifice everything, and we have seen it in Egypt, in Algeria, in Syria. So people are willing to sacrifice, but what's lacking is this leadership role. And why is that? It's it kind of it has roots. It has roots where and like if now when we talk about the nation state, we see that in reality, and including Hamas. Let's not go too far. We are talking about now Gaza. The leaders of Hamas, even today, Abu Ubaidah, the leaders of Hamas, they still play they still play by the rules. They still play by the rules imposed by the West.
Yeah. This is unfortunate,
So,
Sheikh. We're seeing it, and
when
you know,
you
I
play-
obviously there.
when you play the rule when you play the game by the rules dictated by the West, game over, finished.
That's what I'm saying, Sheikh. Last question to you. I mean, there's one more question. Is there any other questions? But I wanted to follow up on what you just said. But let's say one may say that Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi liberated key areas of Shaam, but did not expel the Crusaders in entirety. Hence, a Muslim state in Palestine would be a jumping off point for the region's complete liberation, even if it does not expel all foreign presence. Would love to hear the thoughts of our speakers on this.
Well, again, the whole region is intertwined. The whole region, from Morocco to Malaysia, to Indonesia, to Bangladesh, to Turkey, to Kenya, Tanzania. The whole ummah is one body. And for that matter, now I recall on Saturday, February 5th, Saturday, February 5th, 2011. February 5th, meaning 6 days before Mubarak was removed in Egypt. Mubarak was removed on Friday, February 11, 2011. On Saturday before, Angela Merkel, the German Chancellor, speaking in Munich, Germany, addressing the Munich Security Conference, and her speech is available. And she said, and mind you, at that time, there was nothing in Syria. By February, there was nothing in Syria. Syria started by mid-March, following March. So she said, and there was Hillary Clinton present and David Cameron. David Cameron was Prime Minister of UK by then. She said, we know that change is coming. In Egypt, it is inevitable. Change is coming. Like she said, it's inevitable, and we have agreed. She said we have agreed. She's referring to Hillary Clinton and David Cameron. We have agreed that we need to control this change. We need to control. So the West is fully aware. Any single country, Tunis, Jordan, Iraq, Somalia, Turkey, Pakistan, Yemen, any single country, if it managed to break this colonial shackles, then it will spread like fire across the whole Muslim land.
But Sheikh, let me ask you this. There's two questions I have. One regarding Abu Ubaidah, him speaking. Sheikh, is this? Of course, I mean he's the face of resistance, is he doing what he can in the circumstances that he is in, or is this? Because look, Sheikh, the situation of Gaza is. I mean, there is nobody coming to protect them. I mean, so is he going to at least just figure out a way to I'm even frustrated to say that he has to. He doesn't have any other choice but to say what he's saying.
Well, okay. Let's look. What's happening? What's happening in Gaza is not the first of its kind, and it's not the last.
Yes, and unfortunately,
today it comes at one episode among many others. So we are talking about. This is why I mentioned to you what happened in Algeria, in Tunis, in Tunisia, in Egypt.
Yeah.
So what's happening today it's not the beginning, neither the end. So yes, like you said, Abu Ubaidah is kind of measuring his step, measuring his statement, measuring what to say, what not to say, how to say it, etc. He's like tiptoeing because but this attitude from Abu Ubaidah, I don't blame him himself as such, or for that matter, similarly with Dr. Muhammad Mursi in Egypt, I don't blame Dr. Muhammad Mursi, but rather this scene we are seeing it again. It reflect the lack of the strategic vision.
Right. So let me, Sheikh, why is it that is he not saying openly that why the Arabs or the Muslims in general and the Arabs in obviously around his proximity, but and the Muslims around, why can't he come out and say openly that topple these regimes? This is why we're suffering what we're suffering.
Again, that's what, because there is a lack of strategy here involved, or to them, because Hamas always has presented itself as a kind of a liberation movement concerned with Palestine. Hamas, and this is official. Hamas will, well, we have we cannot interfere in what's happening in Sudan or Yemen or Egypt or Turkey. No. Our cause is Palestine. We are a liberation movement in Palestine. So then again, that's what I said. When you play the game according to the rules imposed by the West, then game over. So that's what the West want, because the issue of Palestine early on, back in 1948, the issue of Palestine was sold or relayed as being, this is the Arab-Israeli issue. It's an Arab-Israeli. This Arab, down the road, when the PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization, when the PLO was established, and in 1974, the PLO officially became recognized by the Arab League as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. Palestine Liberation Organization was recognized as being the sole legitimate representative. So, okay, so now, all right, so this is no longer a matter of Arab-Israeli, it's now Palestinian-Israeli. Okay, and the other Arabs took a backbench. So you see gradually how they play this game. And then, so hence we understand kind of the sensitivity of Abu Ubaidah calculating his word, what to say, what not to say, because Hamas play by the rule of the book. And let's not forget, Hamas has strong backing from Qatar, from Iran, and then let's not forget on the ground, and that's what I said earlier, Gaza, you're talking about strip of land on the sea. On the one hand, besieged by the occupation forces. On the other hand, you have Sisi, the very Sisi who yesterday murdered the people in Rabia and in Nahda, and who has imprisoned dozens of thousands of people in Egypt. Sisi, there is no love lost between Sisi and Muslim Brotherhood. And after all, Hamas is an extension of Muslim Brotherhood. So Hamas is between a rock and a hard place. And even Abu Ubaidah, if you go back and listen to his statement today, he did not mention Egypt. He made a call for the people in the West Bank. He made a call in Jordan by name. Then he made a general open call to everybody. Ahrar, yeah. But he didn't mention Egypt, because he knows that Egypt holds the key, the strangling key to Gaza. So when you play again, when you confine yourself within these constraints, then the outcome is expected.
All right, Sheikh, let's take just two more questions, and we'll let's say, is there? There's what? I'm sorry. Okay, here's so Sheikh, there's a question regarding. Is this the same constraints that were put on Taliban that ended the Taliban role in the? Is this what we're saying? I guess with all the Islamic movements that you're talking about, you're looking at. Hold on. Let me finish my question, Sheikh. One, you are in actually even before us discussion of Taliban because of the time here. You are in Lebanon, and what do you see the role of Hezbollah? I mean, how real is it, or is it the same constraints that they have to play by? Same playbook that's been given to Hamas or Taliban or any movement? And is this, inshallah, this will be the last question. And is this because these are movements that are in many ways dependent on weapons that were received by the nations around them, so hence they cannot speak the reality the way it is?
Yes, certainly. I mean, an organization like Hezbollah to amass such a power, it's not, after all, Hezbollah had the full backing of Iran. Taliban couldn't have survived if it weren't for the Pakistani support. Look, I mean, this is no mystery. This is not rocket science. How were the Viet Cong able to defeat America? America was a superpower. How were the Viet Cong capable of defeating America in Vietnam?
China,
yes. The Viet Cong, they were brave fighters. They were willing to die for their homeland, but that wasn't enough. They needed the almost endless support from China and Soviet Union. So with the proper supply from China, from the Soviet Union, yes, the Viet Cong, of course, they sustained heavy costs, yes, but their resolve, they succeeded in defeating America. Taliban in Afghanistan, with the support by Pakistani and Saudi, so they were able to sustain all of these long years of fighting in Afghanistan. Hezbollah, if it weren't for Iran, there would be no Hezbollah. Hamas, if Hamas didn't receive the support from Qatar, from Iran, there would be no Hamas. And when you are in, and this is part of the strategic thinking, if you want, that I referred to earlier. When you engage in a battle, in a life or death battle, you have to measure your strength and your weaknesses and your opponent. Do you have the capability to overcome him, to beat him, to outsmart him, etc.? So you have a balance of forces, and the reality on the ground is that whether it is Hamas or Hezbollah or Taliban or these groups in Syria, so this group and that group, after all, they need someone to sustain them, to some financially, militarily, etc. Look now in FSD in Syria, the Kurdish forces in Syria. They are no match for Turkey. Turkey has been fighting PKK for 40 years, since 1984. The PKK. And now in Syria, you have the FSD, an offshoot of PKK. This FSD, they're no match for the Turkish army, except that they have the support and backing of America. So this is the dynamics and this is the calculus. We cannot overlook this context. Hamas able to gather this force thanks to the support from Iran and Qatar. Qatar is known. Qatar supplied them financially, and similarly Hezbollah and so on.
Khair, inshallah, Sheikh. There's so many questions to ask that why does even Qatar do this? I mean, that means because Qatar is also very close to the United States, Sheikh. And then so the question begs the question that why is the United States allowing that money flow to go to Hamas from Qatar? But again, this will go into a whole different discussion that we would like to have with you, unless you have like literally 30 seconds, if you can answer that.
Well, this is no secret. This is open, and you can find it in the media. Netanyahu in 2019, because Netanyahu played a game where he kind of looked the other way, or he tolerated the rise of Hamas in Gaza with the aim of causing a split between Gaza and the West Bank, for him to justify his stand. Oh, okay, so you are asking me for a two-state solution, but who is the Palestinian counterpart? With whom do I talk? Do I talk to Mahmoud Abbas in Ramallah, the West Bank, or do I talk to Ismail Haniyeh in Gaza? So the Palestinians have this division among themselves. So, okay, Hamas is a terrorist state. Mahmoud Abbas doesn't represent the whole Palestinian people. So, okay, I'm off the hook. So, the money funneled from Qatar to Hamas passed through Netanyahu, and he knew about it, and he looked the other way. So again, there is more to it than meets the eye. It's not. I mean, I understand that brothers raising these questions, but this is the Middle East. Everything you need to invest a bit in grabbing and grasping or understanding, the intricacies and the background, the context, who's who. It's a bit, it's a different pieces of puzzle, but with some dedication, and yes, you can get it together. It's not impossible.
All right, Sheikh, with this, Jazakallah khair, Dr. Osman. It's an amazing to have you here. Allah, Jazakallah khair for your time. I don't know what time is it in Lebanon now? It's around 2 o'clock maybe, or no?
11:20.
11:20. Inshallah. Jazakallah khair, Sheikh, for your time. May Allah protect, preserve you, and we're gonna have you back on again, inshallah, Sheikh, and we'll talk about the intricacies of the Middle East, inshallah. And Jazakallah khair for all of you for watching. Inshallah, next we have Abu Talha. We are going to take a 10-minute break or 5 minutes break, inshallah, and we'll be right back. We have to take a break for Asr, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair for watching, and continue for one more session to end the whole conference. To see what Abu Talha has to say regarding all that last 3 things. Jazakallah khair, Dr. Osman.
Jazakallah khair. May Allah reward you.
Ameen. Jazakallah khair. Akramakallah wallah.
الله يحفظكم بأمان الله.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Brothers and sisters, we have reached the last session, inshallah Rabbil Alameen. This is with our dear brother, Dr. Abu Talha. We went from discussing with Dr. Nazreen regarding the day of action that is being organized by the women section of Hizb Tahrir across the whole world, asking the armies to move. Then we went from there to Brother Akram directly in Gaza, speaking to us from Khan Yunis, talking about the humanitarian situation in Gaza and all the details around it. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala end this occupation. And then we went to Dr. Osman in Lebanon, where we were discussing who protects Israel, who are the real guardians of Israel. And now we have with us Dr. Abu Talha. Dr. Abu Talha al-Malkawi has been on the show many a times, discussing many different topics. He is a scholar, he's a teacher, he's a professor, has been on this show many times. And the discussion with him is impending end of the occupation and what that means. Dr. Abu Talha, welcome to Islamic Oasis Live.
Okay, assalamu alaikum, brothers. Jazakallah khair for having me on this show again. And this is very critical time in the life of the Ummah. So the least thing we can do is to at least listen and see, analyze, and hopefully to motivate people to be able to do what's necessary to do, inshallah.
Inshallah. Abu Talha, this session I'm going to ask very, very critical questions. Some people may not like it as far as what we are observing in Gaza and especially the people, the parties involved. And the reason why I say that is because we have observed what is taking place in Gaza many a times. This is not the first time. At least the massacres that I've counted, it's about 17 massacres so far in Gaza, and not talking about the daily humiliation that the Muslims in Palestine go through. Sheikh, now there is a 4-day ceasefire in Gaza that could lead to maybe 10 days. And then the hope is that it may be a permanent, what is being called a permanent ceasefire. First of all, what does ceasefire entail in these circumstances? Meaning, is this another massacre we've seen with the continuation of Israel?
Well, assalamu alaikum first, brother. The massacre continues to progress on a daily basis. We have almost an average of 300 casualties and shuhada on every day. This has not stopped until tonight. Tomorrow, Friday, at 6 or 7 a.m. in the morning, I'm not sure what time zone would that be. That's when it will stop. At least there is a temporary ceasefire. So the massacre is there. It has happened. It's happening. No one is really using any real pressure to stop this massacre. Now we have a ceasefire for the sake of exchange of POWs, prisoners of wars. They call them kidnapped. It's not really kidnapped. These are prisoners of wars. At least in Gaza. In the West Bank, these are kidnapped. These are not prisoners of wars. The ones that the Israeli state has captured, especially in the West Bank, these are not POWs. These are people who were kidnapped, arrested for no reason. They just moved in, marched in, and took 3,000. By the time we are looking for returning 300 people of our people, the Jewish state already took 3,000, which means 10 times more than they are sending back. This is absolutely unacceptable deal from any perspective.
Why is Hamas asking for 150 prisons, Sheikh? Although I know the question, you have to answer that. But what is this? Is this a strategic? I mean, are they asking for very specific people to be released? Or is it just...
I think in this case, it's only for this time period, for this pause. Actually, it's not even a ceasefire. It's a pause, as the United States called it. It's a pause of fighting, which is, it's like a rest time. We are resting for 4 days before we can proceed. So it is... I think there is a pressure from all parties, especially United States, Qatar, Egypt, etc. Qatar and Egypt, they do have an influence over Hamas. United States has an influence over Qatar, over Egypt, as well as over the Israeli Zionist state. So that's what the whole deal is about. But the point is, at any rate, the war continues to be unfair. There is no balance of power, so it has to stop by all means. The the ones who can interfere and convert this war into a real one. They chose not to, which is, I mean, the government in Egypt and the government in Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. At least these are the ones who are very close proximity. So this is imbalanced war. So it has to stop. I mean, Hamas probably should be or would be looking not only for a pause, but for an end of this war. However, to be at least pragmatic, not necessarily optimistic or pessimistic, the Zionist Jewish state already has occupied part of Gaza. Their tanks are there. So if they have a ceasefire, and if this continues to be a permanent ceasefire, unfortunately, this is an occupation of a large portion of Gaza. That's a big loss. Yes, it's true. We have seen heroes. We have seen people, Muslims, who stood fast, who were able to receive all these atrocities with open chest and with complete faith in Allah Azza wa Jal. That's obvious. But the other obvious thing is that today, as we speak, if this pause continues for 10 days or more, or maybe for a few months or permanent, that means the Gaza is under occupation. It requires another war to drive the Zionist state from Gaza. And I don't think the negotiations...
Hold on, Abu Talha, hold on. I want to dissect that because that's a very, very important point here. So I didn't observe this. So the point you're making is very valid here. So now you're saying that, look, according to what I'm seeing, Israel is in northern Gaza. They have taken northern Gaza in many ways. So they have split Gaza in two. And yes. So now what you're saying is that they are at this point in control of Gaza. Although I was hearing that the Israeli army was repelled. I guess not. They're in Shifa. They're arresting people in the director of Shifa hospital was arrested and taken to somewhere to be questioned, it seems. So half of Gaza is gone. The ceasefire occurs, allows Israel to also recoup in many ways. So now they are a lot of the population has been moved to the south. So now the second phase, first of all, you think this is going to happen where there is going to be a second phase of this war where the people in the south will be pushed to Sinai, or is this occupation?
Well, let's focus a little bit on the first phase. This reminds me very much of the 1948-1967 war, when the Zionist groups in 1948, they occupied a big portion of Palestine. Then there was a ceasefire, which was called by the Security Council, approved by the United States and other superpowers. Then there was a ceasefire. So the ceasefire now, which means stop wherever you are. Every tank remains wherever it is. Every soldier just stand still, don't move. It turned out that don't move means the Zionists already occupied 2/3 of Palestine in 1948, excluding Gaza and the West Bank. Bingo. So the ceasefire ended in favor of the occupying state. 1967, there was a war. They called it the 6 Days War or 6 Hours War. After 6 days, again ceasefire was called by the big powers, and that ceasefire means stop wherever you are, which means hold the place you are in. That's what a ceasefire meant. Means I'll stop firing, you stop firing. I am in this location, you are in that location. It turned out the Israelis are in occupation mode of the West Bank and Gaza. So what the soldiers or the armies which were still caught in between, everybody had to move to his to retreat to his country. So Jordanian army had to retreat to East Bank. Egyptian army had to retreat back to Egypt and leave Sinai because there is a ceasefire, and the majority of the occupation is already done by the Israelis. So today, the pause, at least for now, I'm pretty sure that at least the big portion of Hamas and the leadership and those, they are looking forward to continue the war to drive the occupying forces, which are already in Gaza and in northern Gaza and up to Khan Yunis, to drive them out. Now, if the ceasefire continues for 10 days and later for 2 months, and then maybe it's a permanent, as Qatar is saying, we hope this could be permanent. America says we hope this could be permanent. If this is permanent, that means we have lost Gaza one more time, at least big portion. Yeah, half of Gaza, and the rest of the people, most of the people in the north have drifted to the south, and they continue to drift, and the Jewish armies are allowing people to move from north to south, but not from south to north.
Yes.
Anyone who wants to go from north to south, let him go. So
Sheikh,
there is
the point that's being made.
This is very serious. Yeah.
No, I understand. I'm going to pick your brain on this, because the thing is, look, what I was hearing from the Israeli side is that what they are saying is that, look, most of the infrastructure of Hamas still stands in south of Gaza, I guess, which is Khan Yunis in these areas. So they are now going. It seems like if there is a second phase to this war, they're going to have to attack the infrastructure, which means now the people have to go somewhere, which is they are pushed into Sinai. Is this what you're thinking is going to happen, or the Israelis and the Jews will not make this move because they need another party to deal with anyway?
Well, look, the Israelis, they have long-term plans. They are not in rush at any point of time. Their long-term plan for having Palestine, all Palestine, under their rule, this has never been something that was hidden or not spoken about. Since the time they started migrating to Palestine, since the Balfour Declaration, that's what their plan was. Now, 1948, they settled for part of Palestine. 1967, they took over Gaza and the West Bank. Now, with all types of pressures and maneuvers, they settled down to what's called Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, in exchange of at least getting the one part of the resistance, which was the PLO resistance, to move into political movement and stop all warfare. That was temporary. They accepted that, but they never let go of their plans and dreams. And they have spoken about, and in fact, this war from the very beginning, it was called the transfer war. They want to transfer the people of Gaza into Sinai if they can. Now, they couldn't, and there was big resistance. They probably did not expect that. Now they will settle for the half of Gaza, and they move the people to the south. Then they will wait for a next opportunity, another opportunity to happen, when Egypt will be more receptive to the idea of moving people into Sinai. Will be another president, another government, change in heart. Whatever plans would be, they still hold the plan of transferring the people from the West Bank to Jordan. They never let go of that, and they just actually, there was last week, I think, probably last week, where one of the prominent ministers in the government of Netanyahu, he says, "Don't force us to answer the question, what is next after Jordan? After Jordan is gone." So he said, "Don't force us to discuss that publicly." Because someone from the, I think the Prime Minister of Jordan or the Foreign Minister mentioned something about the aftermath of Gaza and all this war. He said, okay, let us not talk about the aftermath of Jordan. After all, Jordan was created by Britain to be a transfer country. That's what he exactly mentioned. So in other words, these people, they can slow down on their plan, but they never forget it. Especially that the ones who are facing them, except for resistance. Look, this is a state. It's a big state. It requires a big power, and there is a resistance that can show extreme difficulty to the occupation, which has been the case over the history. But the dream that they want, they do not want to keep people who can resist. See, there is now people bring the issue of Vietnam quite often. Okay, now Vietnam, America was occupying Vietnam, and the people in Vietnam, they were not going anywhere, so there is a resistance. What the Israelis' plan is, the people who can resist must be out of the country. So if we will have a fight, we'll have a fight country against country. Let's say Israel against Egypt, against Jordan, against Syria. But usually resistance from within, it is something that no one can tolerate. It's not easy to fight resistance from inside, whether it was the Viet Cong, Vietnam, Cambodia, whatever, you name it, Afghanistan. As long as you are inside the country, you have even a knife, not necessarily a gun, you can resist, and you can make life very difficult for the occupier. This is, the Israelis have learned this lesson the hard way. So now what they are trying to do, let this resistance move out. That's what their final plan. Now today they cannot finish it. They may not be able to finish it. Probably they will not, especially with all of this ceasefire, America, Qatar, the world, EU, saying let's stop it. Guys, you took too long. Actually, let me to be clear here, America, their position from the very beginning was, given Netanyahu a free hand, do whatever you can, but do it fast. If it takes too long, we'll stop you, and we will come and stop this issues that you are doing. And actually, that's what happened. It's taking too much time. America is embarrassed, doesn't want to prolong this. Just to stop. Now it's a ceasefire 4 days. I'm pretty sure it will be extended, and then eventually everybody would be stationed wherever he or she is, and then we have to deal with this issue at another time. That's the unfortunate case here.
Sheikh, let me. Okay, so we have long-term plans by the Yahud, but let me. Sheikh, Hamas's political leadership is sitting in Qatar, and obviously there is a flow of arms that are coming to Hamas, whether it's from Qatar or Iran. And it's very obvious that Qatar is making the deals, the ceasefire, all of this. Why is it that they're not going after the political wing of Hamas, Sheikh? I mean, obviously they're sitting there, and not only that, Israel also knows that they're sitting in Qatar. America knows where they are. Why do you need Hamas? Why not? What is the need of Hamas right now in the region?
Brother, this is a long story. At some point of time, and this was discussed in the Israeli government and Israeli circumstances, that there was a time where there was a need for another group that can pacify the PLO. The PLO was, although it was Arafat, we know their story, but nevertheless, it was, at some point, it was a pain. It was a pain. So let's pacify this pain and somehow force it into to retreat into another position. So the group, eventually we have a new resistance, and this resistance came as Hamas. So there was a need for Hamas. Now Who hosted? It was at some point of time, it was Jordan, when Khalid Mash'al was actually, his office was in Jordan. Then he had to leave. There were some political circumstances because Jordan has a treaty with the Jewish state. So Khalid Mash'al had to leave, and he was accepted first in Syria, and then after Syria moved to Qatar. So there is a host. So this host is needed, because without this host, you will not be able to deal with a resistance that does not have a visible head somewhere. So the visible
You
head
have to have a
is
face.
in you have to have a face. And actually, the other day, there was on CNN a report saying that Qatar should be punished for having the Hamas in Doha. And the response of the foreign minister of Qatar, actually, he made a tweet on that saying, "Look, you cannot even talk like this, because we were asked by the United States to provide a safe haven for Hamas leadership, so we can always talk. So we are not doing it on our own." This was public about the political leadership. So that's the rules of the game. These are rules of the game. This says nothing about the sincerity of the resistance. It does not even talk negatively or positively there. It is talking about, this is the political game, how the game of nations go. You must have a head that you can talk to. It's not a secret, and this is what Qatar actually said. We are hosting the leadership of Hamas based on the request of the United States, so we are complying. What I am saying here is that when it comes to the political outcome of these wars or skirmishes, or short-time war or long-term like this one here, eventually you have to go to the political maneuvers and political game. And unfortunately, the political game is led by people in a place where it has not proven to be genuine for the cause of the Ummah at large.
So now what happens? We lose close to 12 or almost probably 21,000 people dead, maybe more. I think the numbers are almost maybe 35,000 people killed. At least the numbers that I have is 21,000 from the ground. But
that's the official number.
Yes, official number.
21,000 is the official. The 14 is actually accounted for, and the 7 which are not accounted for.
Right. Yeah. So after this many deaths, 54 some journalists killed, 24 hospitals destroyed, the heads of the hospitals taken in, some 100-something doctors killed, some over maybe a couple of hundred schools hit. Sheikh, I mean, and now, and then what, Sheikh? Where do we, so what happens? It's a very, I don't even want to call it sad, Sheikh. So if there is this ceasefire, should Hamas have accepted this ceasefire?
In my opinion,
would it have lost more if it didn't accept the ceasefire?
I think it's a wise move. It's a wise move, because there is, as I said, there are 300 people being killed on a daily basis, only trying to stop the movement of the Zionist state further south. And they have, after all, of course, they have lost. There are lots of casualties on the Zionist side as the Hamas continued to talk. And actually, the analysis, we know that usually if any country announces a number of casualties, usually you have to multiply this by 3 or 4. That's normal in military cases. This was known for a long time. So they have casualties. but they are determined to move and to keep pushing south. So today you have to stop the losses, and we know, and they know, Hamas knows that this current war, the best thing it can do is to keep the Zionist state outside Gaza, as it was before October 7th. But to push, to destroy this state called Israel, the Israeli entity, with this war, it's impossible. This war between Gaza and Israel is unbalanced war.
Of course,
we're not talking
but
about
then,
the rain.
Won't somebody question October 7th? Why, in which way would this? I mean, look, I understand the frustrations of the people that, what do you want us to do? We're sitting ducks. People just want to sit around and being killed and accept this humiliation, this, that, and the other. I understand that. But now you have half of Gaza maybe lost, if not lost, and Israeli troops inside Gaza, half of Gaza, that's where the ceasefire line ends, almost like a LOC type of thing in Kashmir, where you have drawn a line and then this is not going to be the new line. So then, why make moves that you cannot handle, Sheikh?
Well, I'm not going there.
Okay, fine. I'm asking a question. I'm trying to figure out.
Let me try to answer it in a different manner. The people in Gaza, whether it's the resistance or the regular people, have been living in a very, very, very terrible situation since the occupation in 1967. The most pain that came to the Palestinian people after this, all of the occupation, actually were against Gaza. After West Bank was in terrible situation for a while, but since Oslo, when the PLO decided to just give up all the hopes about the so-called the Palestinian state inside Palestine, so let's at least settle down to what's called the PA, the Palestinian Authority, and Arafat moved in there, and they said, okay, drop down all your weapons. Israel, you have the West Bank, you control it, but let us live in peace here. They said, okay, fine, we will do that. So Gaza remained in a very desperate situation. So any move that at least shows the big frustration and pain that the people are living is justified. There's no question about it. It has to be, whether it's at the scale of 7th of October or at the scale of other things, when other type of throwing rockets or sending it outside the border to the Tel Aviv or other places. Something had to happen. There was an opportunity to be able to hit back strongly. They took it. I'm not going to question what could happen after that. Would I be able to stand the frustration or the big war machine that the Jewish state is going to use, even to threat with the nuclear as one of their ministers.
Yeah, he was threatening. Yeah,
he said it, and then they started saying, "Oh, we don't agree. This is blah blah blah." But anyway, whether it's a nuclear or twice the power of nuclear weapons which have been dropped in Gaza, someone could have expected that. But nevertheless, the death and frustration and killing has been going all the time, but slowly. There is a slow death, there is a fast death. So I'm not going to say, well, if I have looked at the consequences that would be this bad, then I would not have done it. No, probably if anyone who is in the shoes of any fighter in Gaza would have done the same, irrespective of the political leadership, what they want to do or not. In fact, there was a talk that the resistance have done what they have done away and aside and above and beyond what the political leadership would have said. I'm not sure how true is that, but there was something that came in the news which eventually disappeared. I couldn't even find it later, that the political leadership in Qatar was not aware that this move on 7th of October would take place. It could be yes, could be no. That's not the issue. But I'm saying irrespective of what, there was 7th of October, the Hamas took advantage of that, and it did what it has to do, at least in revenge of what has been happening to the people of Gaza for the last 50 years or so. For the last 50 years, the people of Gaza were living in absolutely terrible situation. They were crushed all the time. They were beaten all the time, arrested. This goes beyond even discussion. So that's not an issue. But the point is, now, because there is a war, and it has been going on for 47 days. Now, ceasefire is good and bad. It's good because it gives you a break, at least to rethink what you have done, what it can be done. It's bad. It's bad because ceasefire keeps the people on the line they were. There is no ceasefire that tells the occupier, look, you have come all the way to Khan Yunis, go back. Ceasefire means stay where you are. Politically, that's what it means. Militarily, that's what it means. So it's bad from this side. It's good from the side that the killing machine stops, at least for a while, gives me a chance to treat the wounded, to get the children some milk, to get some life for at least a few days. This is it's like a sword, the edge of a sword that you are sitting on. Either way you move, it's going to scratch you and wound you and bleed you. So that's the brothers in Gaza. They are in a very desperate situation. Saying yes is worse than saying no. Saying no is worse than saying yes. It's a very terrible situation. Now, as we said in the past many times, the only or the biggest hope was that these regimes in the area should move forward or should leave. That's we've had hope that there would be a change, a serious change, a revolutionary change in the borders of Palestine, not in the borders of Gaza, where they say on the border of Gaza there are some settlements. We were thinking or hoping that those settlements, I would call them the settlements, outside Palestine would be somehow changed or removed as settlements and become states. These are settlements, they should, but that did not happen. The people in Egypt, in Syria, in Jordan, in Lebanon did not move in the right direction. They moved in raising up the flag of Palestine, which is good, alhamdulillah. They moved in asking for United Nations to help. They moved in crying out for the criminal court, the International Criminal Court, to punish Netanyahu and his. But that did not happen. The people cried out for that. But the real cry out, the real move, is to take control of the power in these countries had not happened, and there is no sign that it's happening anytime.
That's
at least now.
At least now, this is the discussion. The last discussion. I don't know if you heard the discussion with Dr. Osman, and he was saying that look, Sheikh, when it comes to Egypt, and when people are asking, well, of course, the Muslims in general obviously are asking that move the armies. There is, at least in Egypt, there is no real sustainable opposition to Sisi that can actually remove him, according to what So how?
Well, look. I don't agree with that because I remember 4 months before removing Hosni Mubarak, I was in Egypt, and I had a discussion with some people there. I remember we were sitting having some coffee and tea along the Nile River after midnight, and I was talking about exactly the possibility of removing Mubarak and having another regime that is more in line with our ummah, with the feelings and the emotions and the ideas of the ummah. And the people who were sitting with me from Egypt, They said, look, you are talking about mission impossible. There are no people qualified to do that. There is no ground for that. 4 months after that, the revolution started in Egypt in parallel with the ones that was happening in Tunis, and Hosni Mubarak was gone. So that's, no one can really decide or determine that the people in Egypt or in Jordan or in Sudan or in Iraq cannot make a move, because inside these nations, any ummah that has oppression, look, any ummah that is oppressed from within, there is something boiling inside. Now, when that boiling liquid or type of material comes to the surface and makes a big action on the surface, no one can tell. No one can tell when that will happen. But I don't believe at all that inside the Muslim Ummah, in any country, any place, whether it's Algeria, whether it's Morocco, Tunis, Pakistan, Turkey, within the Ummah there is not a motion that's happening all the time, which at one point of time can reach the point of explosion that will become like the Arab Spring and remove Mubarak, as it removed Mubarak, remove Sisi, as it removed Zain al-Abidin bin Ali. It can again remove Said, or removes the ones in Libya or in Iraq or in Jordan or in Syria even, which never materialized. So this is within nations, within Ummah. Now, the Muslim Ummah is a moving Ummah all the time, because there is the Quran and the Hadith, and Islam is something that always generates momentum. Islam is unlike any other idea. It doesn't move one day, and if it doesn't work, then it dies out. No, Islam is a continuous energy that keeps moving and putting motions within the Ummah until it lines up and generates a current within the Ummah that can light the bulb. And that is the power of Islam. The only thing that can do that is Islam. All other ideas can do it, but they can do it once. And if it fails, it never comes back. And if it succeeds once and fails, then it dies out. Islam, no. Islam has a continuous power that can move the people all the time, anytime. And then when it reaches the moment of boiling and explosion, it depends on many different conditions, but at any point of time it will happen. So I don't believe that in Egypt there is no internal momentum that's moving that will come out and bring a new regime which can last more than the regime of Morsi that lasted less than 2 years, and in the other countries as well. That the reason I'm talking about that, because I see that the whole world continues to support a state called Israel. And the whole America is running and making a big now international public opinion and public demand that there has to be two-state solutions. One of them is Israel, which has to be permanent. See, this permanent position for the entity called Israel is becoming more realistic, more real, not realistic, more real on the ground. Everyone is talking about that now. Even look, the other day, the British Prime Minister, he was very shy, but he spilled that Britain has always maintained that there has to be one common state for Palestinians and Jews. Now, call it Israel, call it as Gaddafi was calling it Isra'atin, which means like Israel Palestine, which was the British. He was saying, if this is in favor of Israel and supports its existence, then we will be willing to accept a two-state solution. Even Britain had this already spelled out. America had spelled it out a long time ago. And today, Europe, EU, Arab countries, everyone is calling for that. And that's a disaster. Accepting that and becoming a public or an international reality accepted within the Middle East, that is disaster. It becomes Israel. If that takes place, it becomes like Spain after Andalus was gone. Today, only someone would be out of his mind to come and say, look, Spain belongs to the Muslim world. You will be absolutely crazy, insane if you mention that even. And even your own friends, your own brothers, your own people would probably not listen to you. And if that two-state solution comes in, whether Palestine is Gaza and the West Bank, whether it's the south of Gaza and the West Bank, whether Palestine is Jordan, as there is a big talk on this issue, it doesn't matter. What matters really is the acceptance internationally and locally by Arab countries, by the even the Palestinian people themselves, by everyone, that this is called Israel. It's a state, it's official state now, and forget about this land being called Palestine. If you utter the word and you mention the name Palestine in relation to the place where Israel is going to be the state, whether it's Haifa or Jaffa or Akka or Al-Quds, Jerusalem, or maybe even the Gaza city itself, which is where the troops are, or possibly part of the West Bank, if you mention that this is part of Palestine, you will be called to the international tribunal and you will be in defiance of international law and international relations, and you could face lots of consequences. And that is what I think is the danger of the outcome of this war.
Subhanallah. Okay. So, Sheikh, when we talk about vision, I mean, you are laying out what could happen if there is two-state solution. You're laying out now what's happening in Gaza. Let's say even now the future of Jordan, we don't know. It looks uncursed. You know, we have no idea what's next. At least in the next 10 years, Sheikh. But when we talk about movements, you're saying that look, you don't accept that there is no movement or people frustration inside Egypt. I understand that, and I accept that also. Let's say, but you know, there is that. I mean, in many ways, Ikhwan came in power, and we see what happened to Dr. Morsi, rahmatullah alayh. We also saw what happened in Algeria with Islamic Salvation Front. We saw in Pakistan. I mean, you know, there's many movements. There's Jamaat Islami, this, that, and the other. But Sheikh, we haven't ever seen an Islamic movement that comes and with a clear vision to take power. Is this something? I guess the worry is that many of them that claim Islam, then they come back and then they're talking the same nonsense in many ways, which is democracy and capitalism, and then they play with the same game, the same rules of the game that are applied now. And if, for instance, now Taliban are playing with the same nation-state game, same nation-state model. They fought for 20 years, not 6 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever. And then now 20 years against Soviet Union, 20 years against United States, and here we are they're talking the same nonsense that anybody else is talking, stuck in the same nation-state model syndrome. When you say there is change, there is frustration, what do you mean?
Look, brother, after 100 years of no Islamic actual rule, Islamic State officially was gone almost 100 years, 100 minus 1, almost 99 years. The decline of Islamic civilization was even happened long time before the collapse of the Khilafah.
Mm.
It was at least maybe 60, 70 years before that, or maybe more. And to see that the Ummah is trying, at least what I saw in Algeria, it's a trial. They tried. Yes, they tried. It didn't succeed. Fine. In the Arab Spring, there was a trial. It means the Ummah is alive. There is a power within the Ummah. There is a momentum to move. Now, this momentum, after all these years of decline, to see that momentum and reaching a position where we are either inside governments and the states or very close, that shows the power of Islam being able to move the Ummah. And that power continues to be there. I'm not very much concerned that, there was an attempt or some success, but then we failed in Afghanistan and in Egypt, and then to me, that is a proof that our Ummah is alive for the very reason that Islam continues to work on the hearts and the minds and the brains of this Ummah. So, yes, we are going to stand up and stumble, just like a baby who starts walking anew. That means he falls and somebody picks him up, or he comes up again, starts walking, then again you fall. That means there is life. This Ummah is alive. I'm not disappointed. I'm not pessimistic. In fact, every time I see emotion within the Ummah, whether it's in Syria, they continued for almost 10 years and they are still working, raising the banner of Islam. They have not achieved their objective. They lost more lives than we have lost in Gaza. They have lost more babies, more children, more people died out of hunger. They lived for many nights without food in bad weather and cold. But still, you still can see there is a potential here. There is a potential in Iraq. There is a potential even in the Gulf states, which were thought to be lost for a while. I recently was in visits to Kuwait and then to Qatar and to other places. I could see actually the blood flowing in this location. So I'm not concerned. I will be concerned only if the people lose faith in the religion, in the book of Allah Azza wa Jal that they read on a daily basis. Alhamdulillah, this has not happened. People continue to read that, and this Quran is going to move the people. If it doesn't move me, it will move my children. If it doesn't move my children, it will move their cousins. And that's what exactly is happening. What we have seen in Gaza today, Gaza represents the Ummah everywhere. Everywhere. If this has happened to the Ummah anywhere in Kashmir or in Myanmar or in Algeria or in Libya, we will see the same steadfastness, the same cry out for Allah Azza wa Jal and for Islam and for the Quran. Gaza is a model. Gaza is not a unique case. It's not a case that's going to be done as one simple scenario in this whole Muslim world. No, it's a representation. It's a model. It's exactly what we have seen in Syria. It's exactly what we have seen in Iraq when Iraq was occupied in 2003 by the United States, until US were inside Iraq, until they were forced to actually leave and to hide in closed barracks in close to the airport in Iraq, not to be seen or visible even by the people of Iraq, who may have even have lost confidence in the ability to resist. But there was a time when the number of casualties the Americans used to suffer in Iraq, it was in the hundreds, not in the 50s, until 2006, when they were able to create a rift between the Shia and the Sunnah, and they changed the whole game of war for the Sunnis will be fighting the Shias will fighting the Sunnis, then the Americans were safe in Iraq. Otherwise, we all remember how it was between 2003 and 2006. Same way in Afghanistan. So what I'm saying is, what we have seen in Gaza in the last 45, 46 days, we have seen how the Ummah responds to atrocities. Now, when this is going to mature into an overall volcano that takes up the entire Ummah, not only one piece of it, no one can tell. All we can tell is that this motion within the Ummah is growing, the heat is heating up more and more, and we will definitely get to the place where Islam is going to be the ruler. Actually, the president of the state, the Zionist state, which they call it Israel, recently when he made a visit to France, he explicitly said, our fight today in Gaza is to protect Europe from seeing Islamic armies around the walls of Vienna as they did back in the 16th century. That's exactly what he was saying. And he knows that, and they know that. There is, in this part of the world, there is extremely strong power that at any point of time can reach to the top and becomes the sovereign entity in this whole Muslim world, and then the world will no longer face oppression or practice oppression against anyone. Neither America, nor Europe, nor Britain, nor Russia, nor anyone can practice oppression on any type of people, whether Muslims or non-Muslims alike. Look, oppression today, look around you. The most oppressive regimes in the world are the biggest powers, whether it's Russia, Britain, France. Have you seen how France crushed their demonstrations last year? The ones who were calling for the change of the social security and extending the time of people receiving their social security. They crushed them on the streets. Yeah. And they arrested hundreds or thousands of them. Have you seen America how they did with George Floyd? That was a symbol. It's not George Floyd only. This was the way black people are treated in the United States of America until today. Someone puts his foot on the neck of someone until he makes his last breath in this life, calling for just to be able to breathe one more second out. He's gone. We have seen that. Everybody see, and that's the one you have seen on TVs. And there are thousands like these. They get suffocated on a daily basis, not only in Palestine. Palestine in front of the entire world. Palestine in Gaza, people are saying, if we die, we will go to Jannah. They don't care about it's not that they don't care about their life. They have two lives. And they know the next one is better than this one. Whereas there are many people who believe wholeheartedly that this is the only life they live, and they suffocate them. That's the disaster. That's the absolute injustice. Look, it is injustice for the people in Gaza to be crushed like this, but the people in Gaza, at least they all, when they face death, they face a new life. They say, this death begins my second life, which is life in heavens. And this is a fact, and they believe it at least. Whereas the real injustice, the absolute injustice, where you are suffocating someone who thinks that this is his only life he can live, this is the only time he can breathe, he will never see another life, and you kill him. And you take that life out of him, just like George Floyd. So Islam, what I am saying here is, look, the world, I'm not, from my position here, I'm not only concerned about Gaza.
Sure.
Gaza, I know it will survive. My concern is about the entire humanity. And that's what Allah Azza wa Jal in the Quran, He told us, look, I'm sending messengers and books and scales and measures and all types of parameters that you can live with, so that people can stand up for justice. لِيَقُومَ النَّاسُ بِالْقِسْطِ. That's in Surah Al-Hadid, in the Surah, the Iron. Allah did not send messengers so that the Arabs can live fine, or the people of Gaza can survive, or the people in Pakistan can live in happiness. No, no, no. He said, look, I'm giving you all of this so that people can live in justice. Which people? Which people? In Africa, in the last year, we have seen 3 or 4 coups d'etats. One organized by America, one organized by France, one organized by whoever. Everybody is making coup, and with this coup, when you say a coup, you would be assured that there are thousands of people who have lost their lives or jobs or even their belongings. Just with one coup, one military coup. How many we have seen? How many years we have seen in South Africa the discrimination, or what do you call it, the apartheid. We have seen that all over. We have seen it in China. How many people from the Uyghur have been killed, imprisoned? This whole almost 150 or more million, about 200 million people in big prison. In big prison. They die, nobody knows about them. We are not talking only Gaza. We are not selfish. Look, I want the people to understand. We are not selfish. I'm not selfish about my case, my kids, my own family. What we believe in, we believe that we have a system that brings light to the entire world. Not like Netanyahu, he said, we are the light, everybody else is in darkness. We are the people who deserve to live, everybody has to die. In what he believes in, he says even the child in the womb of his mother, you can kill that one. And he believes in that. He uttered that. He believes in that whether it's a child, whether it's a baby, whether it's a baby in the womb of his mother, all can go to hell. He thinks they go to hell, they go to heavens, they lose their life. What we are about, and I want to generalize this, what we are about bringing that word that Allah wants the people to live according to justice, and justice means the regulations that He puts. There is no one in the world, whether it's capitalism or socialism or nationalism or any ism or fascism or Nazism, who has ever decreed laws which have inherent justice. Inherent justice means that you have no bias whatsoever. You are not biased to the Jews, to the Bani Israel, as they think, or to the Bani Arab, or to the Bani Urdus, or to the Bani Persians. You must have absolutely no bias. The only one who has no bias is Allah Azza wa Jal, because He's the creator of all. He created the people, He created dogs, He created the cats, He created birds. That's why Umar bin Abdul Aziz was saying, we have to throw our grain on the mountain so birds can eat. Because these birds, these animals, they have the right to live because they are the creations of Allah Azza wa Jal. That's our belief. So today, although we are talking Hamas, we are talking Gaza because that's the real case, but we really want our people to understand what we are about. We are not about saving one more person in Gaza only. We are about saving the entire world from these atrocities. These atrocities are not happening in Gaza alone. What the world order is about, is about dominations. Look, I personally heard talks when I was working in the US in one of the companies, telling me, do you know what's the solution for the world about hunger and poverty in the world? I told the guy, what do you think? He said, removing 2/3 of the populations of the world. Kill them all. I said, are you serious? He said, come on, let's make calculations, math. He said, math talks. God, you think you are going to give me numbers based on these calculations, calculus of you are to kill 2/3 of the people? And then you tell me, what do we need the people in Africa for? If they sit on the majority of the resources of the world, why do we need those people? Because the other people in the West, they need these resources. These people, they shouldn't be there. This is mentality of someone like Trump, like Biden, like Netanyahu. That's their mentality. Kill them all. Kill
Sheikh,
them
last,
all. Let's
because Maghrib, literally we are in Maghrib time. I want to just ask one more question. This will be a last question. Unless do we have any questions? So here's the thing, Sheikh. We had, before Salah ad-Din came, I mean, obviously, even we had 100 years of rule of the Crusaders and things like this. So, of course, the Ummah has always turned around, and it will turn around again. We just hope that we are part of that change, that we are part of that, making the change happen and getting the reward for it, inshallah. But Sheikh, you had Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, rahmatullah alayhi, then you had Abu Bakr Tartushi, and you had scholars who had come that made a lot of work that happened in the time, that gave us people in Mosul, like the family of Imaduddin Zanki or Nuruddin Zanki, and then hence comes Salah ad-Din. So there was some work that was done. I know I'm asking you a lot to do this in 1 minute. Is there, what kind of work did they do that brings about Salah ad-Din, although it takes 90 years? What do we need to do now? Or are we... Go ahead.
Brother, what you are doing right now, the conference that you had, you brought series of people to promote, to push, to give hope to the Ummah, to be on the straight path. That's exactly what they were doing. In fact, they were doing it individually and running from place to place, from masjid to masjid. They did not have the ability to address millions of people through YouTube, through internet. It was only their foot. They walk on their foot, and they address people, and it took a very long time, whether it's throughout the Mughal wars or the Crusader wars, which lasted for 200 years. These scholars, these alims, they had to speak out. And of course, there were many who were not able to speak out. Many of them, they were, just like today, they were either hopeless, or they decided just to make the dua, or to sit at home, say we can do nothing about that. But there were some of them who stood day and night, who walked thousands of miles barefooted until they had their message reach out to the people. So that Salah ad-Din would be born. Salah ad-Din did not come out just like that because he, as a baby, his mother or his father decided, oh, we'll have a child, and this child will grow up and become Salah ad-Din. No, he came out of long process of boiling until from all of that boil came out this type of diamond, which we call it. You get a diamond, you get a whole mountain, you move an entire mountain, you crush an entire mountain to get one piece of diamond. It's not that easy just to go and walk by the river and say, oh, I just spotted a diamond, let's go and pick it up and make it nice and sell it for maybe $50,000. That's not how it goes. Diamonds are too precious to find. In fact, not to find, you have to move mountains to be able to get one piece of big diamond. That's what France did in Africa. Otherwise, why would they occupy Africa for tens or hundreds of years? Because it takes too much time to get these diamonds. And the same thing, our diamonds in Islam, you have to make them. You have to move a lot so that you will find a Salah ad-Din one more time, or Khalid bin Walid, or Umar bin Abdul Aziz, or any of these. This is a lengthy process. It's a dynamic process, and dynamic processes by nature, they are very tedious, very complicated. Even when they are dynamic processes for material beings, are very drastic, and they are very expensive. But dynamic motions for people, it's even much more complicated. because dynamic proceeds with people means life. It means losing breath. It means losing a child, losing life, because that's what dynamic processes within people. So there is a big pain. But dynamic proceeds within material being, it's only you are losing your what do you call it? You are wasting maybe your energy. You sweat, actually sweat. But with dynamic proceeds with people, you sweat blood. And that's why you said, yes, in the past, not all the scholars moved. Not like Al-Izz bin Abd al-Salam. Not all were like Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. Not all were like Tartushi. Not all were like... But there were thousands of scholars that we don't hear about. They lived and died. But whom we hear about? We hear about Ahmad bin Hanbal. We hear about Ibn Taymiyyah. We hear about Al-Izz bin Abd al-Salam. We hear about the ones who made difference. So the ones who make difference, they remain in the image, the historical image of nations. So today, we may not be able to do that change today, right after this show. But after this show, our image will remain, because we are some of the people who are trying to make a motion to move. We're ready, alone or with the groups of people, to lose our blood and our breath so that other people can live. And that's what Al-Izz bin Abd al-Salam was about. That's what Ahmad bin Hanbal, why he lost his life at the time, because he wanted to move the people after his death, and he did. Now, do you think that the Muslim history does not have more than these tens or dozens of scholars? There's thousands of scholars, thousands. You don't hear about them. You hear about the ones who made a difference and made a change.
Sheikh, I'm
that's what your show is about. Yeah, go ahead.
May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept it, Sheikh. Wallah, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Go ahead, Sheikh. Put that question up there. The question is, could you please address the problem of political ignorance in Ummah and the importance of politics in Islam? I would actually add to that, Dr. Abu Talha, and that is, look, I posed this question to Adnan, who's also a historian, and I asked him this question. I said, look, in the Muslim world, well, here, look, first, United States, it's a lot of social media and awareness of what's happening in that area has moved the people. It's keeping the people awake, keeping the people moving. That this cannot happen again. But in the Islamic world, Sheikh, or in the Muslim world in general, the Islamic movements played a very specific role in trying to, in keeping the Islamic awareness or the political awareness so high, so that the population move, or the populations move. By trying to somehow end the Islamic political movements, so-called political Islam, also in these regions. Is this what they are trying to do? Is that to end political awareness of the Muslim Ummah, so that it does not once again move with some real actions in hand?
Okay, look, the struggle is ongoing, and it's going for a long time. It never stops. Never stops. From the time Adam alayhi salam was created, when the struggle between his own two children, one for what stands up for what's right, and one stands up for what's immediate benefit, continues. It will never stop. Now, what really bothers the world, any world order at any point of time, is when an idea is born and is being moved by some people that threatens their current interest, they will have to stand against it. That's natural. When Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he came with a message from Allah Azza wa Jal, the people of Quraysh did not have an issue with the fact that there is a God who creates In fact, in the Quran, it's very clear. وَلَئِنْ سَأَلْتَهُمْ مَنْ خَلَقَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ لَيَقُولُنَّ اللَّهُ. If you really come down to earth and ask them, who created this whole thing? They would say it's Allah. Then what's your problem? Their problem because this man called Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he brought a system that does not comply with their own self-interest. They want to continue to do riba, to take money from the people by giving them loans and taking usury about that. He came and said, that's not allowed. I will not allow that. He came and said, you cannot just deal with sexual activities the way you want, or drink alcohol, or be this, or be that, or cheat the people, al-mutaffifin. They say, wait a second. Now this man is trying to interfere with our own life affairs. So we have to stop them. We'll fight him. Today, when the world order decides politically, anyone who wants to bring the new message of Islam as a political message, political means it has to deal with the affairs of the people. That's what political means. It has to do with the life of the people. It has to do with the money, how you earn money, how you spend it. No. We have our own system. Do not interfere with our capitalism. Our capitalism is about collecting money and spending money the way we want. Don't come and tell me, how do I collect my money? I have banks. I can rip off entire populations and get Egypt to be in debt for hundreds of years to go, in debt Turkey for hundreds of years, that they cannot send, they cannot pay back their loans or the interest on their loans. That's not your damn business. If your Islam tells me stop taking from the World Bank loans, stop taking from the IMF, stop using the paper money dollar that has no backup at all, come and use only gold-based money, I'm not going to allow you even to talk, because you are threatening my interest, because this is my life, because this is my world order, because that's what globalization is about. You are telling me, you are bringing a new ideology to tell me how to spend money and how to collect money and how to invest. You have no room here. It's not because you have a masjid that has big minarets. I remember I always give this example. When the British occupied the Muslim world and the British general was moving into Baghdad, beginning of the 20th century, and he heard the adhan. Looks like this British general was ignorant. He didn't know that this is adhan calling for prayer. And he was worried. He thought that this big guy who's crying out or loud, he's trying to mobilize the people against the occupation of Baghdad. He asked his consultants, his advisors, they said, no, don't worry about it. He's just calling for prayer. He said, does this have to do with my presence here in Baghdad or occupying? They said, no, it's just prayer. He said, the poor guy, give him a speaker so that he doesn't lose his voice. So they don't mind you praying, buying a new mosque in the place where you just bought your mosque. Well, it's okay. In fact, they would offer you a loan if you take loans, because they want to make money on you. Loans with riba. It's fine. But once you start getting the message out, no. This masjid is about giving talks and teaching the people what is halal, what's haram, what's allowed, what's not allowed, and educating people politically. Politically does not mean politics of the world, does not mean game of nations like Miles Copeland. Politically means taking or caring about the life of the people, caring about how do you collect money, how do you spend money, caring about distribution of wealth locally and globally. That's political means. If you want to do that, look at Rand Corporation report. I think it's about 2003, 2004, right after 2001, 9/11. They had this very famous report that says, Islam, anyone who brings Islam as an ideology, he is our enemy until the end of this world. And whoever lives Islam in a moderate manner like we do is very much celebrated. We celebrate you as a Muslim who has raised his hand like this for dua to Allah Azza wa Jal only. But if you raise your hands like this, saying, stop oppressing the people, you are my enemy. If you continue bowing down in your prayer and never look on the right, on the left, up and down on the people around you, you are celebrated. We'll give you a good prayer rug so you do not hurt your knees or you do not hurt your forehead. But once you are praying, then you get up and say, people, you should not remain poor. There is yet another system that makes you as rich as everyone else. You don't have to live poor for the rest of your life. You don't have to listen to United Nations, who have been talking and giving reports every year that in the next 20 years, we will reduce the poverty rate by 50%. And they have been saying that 50% number or percentage for the last 30 years. I followed the reports. And this 50% has never been there. When you come and say, look, I do have a system that will eliminate poverty altogether, the total wealth in the world, the trillions of dollars, are more than sufficient to eat, to feed each and every hungry person, to make each and every person happy. I have a system that will reduce the number of people in jails almost to none. I have a system that will not leave any person who is in need. The system that was implemented only a few years after the death of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I have that system. Then if you are like this, you are not celebrated. You are not celebrated by Rand Corporation. You are an enemy until the day of judgment. And that's what the issue is about Gaza. Today, Gaza is a symbol that shows how the world looks at Islam. These people are Muslims. Their children, they die in front of their eyes. Their parents, everyone dies. And he says, Alhamdulillah, Allah, give me one more child, so I give him away. You cannot defeat this type of people. People like this will not be defeated. And these are not only in Gaza. You will find them in Tunis. You will find them in Wahran in Algeria. You will find them in Morocco and Tanja and all. You find them in Syria. You find them in Iran. You find them in Iraq. You find them in Pakistan. You find them in Malaysia and Indonesia. You find them all over where Islam is. You just have to provoke that one time and you will see it. And they know that. That's why the question is, it's not only the issue of Gaza. Gaza is a symbol about how entire world jumps to Israel in order to stop that and crush that cry out and that motion. So no, people do not see that. That's why the ships from America arrived at the borders, at the shores of Israel. That's why the British Prime Minister, he came running. That's why German President came running. That's why Macron came running. All of them came and said, look, Israel, don't let this up. People are going to see what's coming out of Gaza. Kill them all now, before anybody sees anything. They could not, and they will not be able to do the job. Because I am still here, you are still there, and the brothers who were in the show are still there.
Jazakallah khair, Sheikh. There is a question, but because of Maghrib's time, we're already about 20 minutes into the 25 minutes maybe into the Salah time, Sheikh. So we have to end this program. Jazakallah khair. It's always an honor to have you and pleasure to have you, Sheikh. And this is, it always gives us hope. And this is exactly the point that we want the Muslims to understand, that look, it doesn't matter what happens. We will continue the fight until we bring the real change that is needed, and that is exactly what the world is fighting. And as you said, Gaza is a stand. It's a stand. They are taking a stand against oppression, that we will not accept it no matter what you do. And this is to the whole, they are teaching the whole Muslim world and the Muslim Ummah, you need to take a stand the way we are. And that is the only way to victory. And victory does not come by sitting around and thinking that it will just come from the skies. It didn't happen to Anbiya, it will not happen to us. But Islam is the only hope for humanity. Islam is the only way for humanity. And we, the Muslims, are showing the strength of this deen and in the stands that we are taking. And we will continue taking the stands. So, brothers and sisters, do not allow what is taking place in Gaza to be forgotten. We are continuously showing and bringing these conferences only for one reason. Number one, to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that we are not going to stop speaking about this situation and doing what needs to be done bi'iznillahi ta'ala, and to continuously be in front of the face of the Muslims, and that you have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to stand with the brothers and sisters in Gaza, and you have a responsibility to work to change the situation, in that we do not see another Gaza. We continue, we must, I don't care how long it takes, 100 years, 500 years, whatever it is, that responsibility we must continue. This is a call to every Muslim, scholars, non-scholars, whoever is watching. We will be accountable at the end of the day. So we must do what it takes, brothers and sisters. Just like that's why I mentioned, fine, 90 years before Salahuddin comes, but there is Abu Bakr Tartushi, there is Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, and there is Ibn Taymiyyah, there is Abu Hanifa, there is Ahmad ibn Hanbal, there is Izzuddin Abdul Salam, and many more. We need to continue producing that and continue taking those stands until we bring that Salahuddin that brings the change, that takes Masjid al-Aqsa back from the Crusaders, and we will do the same bi'iznillahi ta'ala. Jazakumullahu khairan for watching the whole, and I saw a lot of people, subhanallah, they were watching the whole conference. Share this conference, brothers and sisters, and let the Muslims be aware. Political awareness is very important. That's what keeps us alive. That's what keeps us, meaning that Islam, this Islamic so-called political Islam that is being told not to listen to, that is because we are questioning and challenging today's status quo. And we are saying this cannot be the way for humanity forward. This is not the way forward for humanity. It cannot work like this. You cannot blow people in pieces and expect people to just accept the system that allows that to happen. It's not possible. It will not be accepted. Jazakumullah khairan, brothers and sisters, for continuing watching this. May Allah accept it from you guys, inshallah. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khair, Abu Talha, Dr. Abu Talha.
لا لن يطول الظلام ديننا لن يضام نحن جيل همام نحن فينا عمر لا 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 لن يطول الظلام ديننا لن يضام نحن جيل همام نحن فينا عمر صبح بدا نور ظهر نجم وشمس وقمر ألقى على الدنيا الدرر هذا عمر هذا عمر كل البرايا تنتظر أيامه البيض الغرر كي تستفيد من العبر هذا عمر هذا عمر لا لن تدوم الجراح بل سيأتي الصباح نحن أهل الكفاح نحن فينا عمر لا لن تدوم الجراح بل سيأتي الصباح